What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's me, DH Thorne, coming at you live tonight. Hopefully, those of you who are here tonight will enjoy the show, the spectacle, the outrage that is my ranting. I'm not sure what to talk about. Actually, I have quite a few things I could talk about. But it kind of depends a little bit on you guys, what you guys want me to rant about. So I'm going to leave some of this up to you guys. As usual, if you want me to talk about something specific, you can, of course, message me with the @ symbol. You can put it in all caps. That's another way to get me to notice it. Or you can super chat it. Super chat is one of the guaranteed ways to get me to comment on something you have to say. But let's not rush into that. Let's say hi to everybody. Looks like so far it's just Justin saying hi tonight. Let's see. Justin Sullen says, you see that Will Smith copied a movie in the 90s. I'm not sure which movie you're talking about, but it could be. Alistar, the NP Demon, says, Hail Satan. Hail thyself. That's often probably the better statement people make, but indeed. So Justin says, how do you deal with order? I'm not sure what you mean by with order. Be more specific, please, and I shall probably respond to that. That will be my pleasure. So I don't think it's going to be a very busy night tonight. I noticed that Travis Magus is streaming live, so that could have something to do with it. I may have to start switching my night, but it could be a possibility. Andrew Colt says, perspective on the concept of a soul trap within Maya. Be a little bit more specific what you mean by that. That might be something I could tackle too. Just like Justin, I'm not sure what you meant by how do you deal with order. So those two things, clarify your question just a little bit and I will see what I can do. Joke Biden is asking, what is up? Joke Biden up is sort of exactly the opposite of what you are doing. And let's be honest, it's not really you. It's the opposite of where our economy is going. So whatever it is you and your handlers are telling our country to do, that's the opposite of that. And if that's too complicated, what is up is the opposite of where you usually go when you try to climb stairs and you fall down. That's what that is. So Joke Biden says they are the incarnation of Lucifer. Don't insult Lucifer that way. Tess Marie says, hey DH, what's up, Tess? Jared33 says, good evening. We've got that beautiful Ohm symbol there. Joffrey says, hello. Let's see. The Loosh Farm, recycling, pointless suffering. Okay, I think that most of that's nonsense. From an absolute position, it's nonsense. From a localized position, who knows? You know, the way I look at it is, you know, there is an infinite multiverse. To me, there is absolutely no question that this multiverse is vast. It has, you know, almost certainly anything you can imagine. Although I would make sure you understand that when I say multiverse, I mean a manifested multiverse. I think the source of the multiverse. So maybe this rant should have a lot to do with, you know, understanding the essence of what manifests and how things manifest, because I'm getting close to the point where I'm going to have to start creating videos talking about a very specific sort of metaphysical model or diagram that is sort of held within a multitude of non-dual and monist style philosophies, but it's not usually highlighted very much. And I think if it was highlighted more, we'd have I think magic would be better for it. And I'm trying to, one of the things that's delaying the book I've been working on for 3 years is trying to figure out a way to present this idea in a way that is thorough without being like a boring thesis paper, you know, meant for highly, highly, highly educated philosophers who'd probably chew my idea apart, mind you. But it is found within other things, but I'm sort of extracting it and expanding it and highlighting it, trying to create it as the fundamental foundation of a magical system that may tie all systems together. I know that's quite a claim, but if I can get it to, if I can articulate it, it might work. That's actually where I'm struggling. I actually have been contemplating reaching out to certain spirits like Thoth or, you know, Hermes or any spirit that represents Mercury, basically. But I need to also like find a way to be concise about it, because I can be verbose as hell about it. That's easy. I do that all the time. But trying to be concise so that it creates a model that you can actually comprehend, that's the hard part. It really is difficult. So that's why I've been struggling, because of it's taken up almost everything, almost all of my metaphysical work and magic and everything over the last 3 years that hasn't been like, you know, distracted by current events, and they're going to get worse. So I might as well get used to it. But how many of you guys show me hands if you agree with me it's going to get worse from here? It's only going to get worse. It's not getting better until it's got to get worse first. Show me your hands if you agree. If you know what's up, basically. So I better get used to it and just start learning to work while mushroom clouds are sprouting up everywhere, basically. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get, you know, massive shift crazy. But over the last 3 years, I've been trying to refine this into the simpler version. And anything to do with really, really far out metaphysics, like if you're trying to really, you know, break someone's brain, you can't do it just by stating it obviously. You can summarize it that way, but depending upon who you're talking to, you know, part of the problem I'm having is figuring out my audience here, because it's higher level stuff from a metaphysical perspective. But I think it is essential if you really want to blow the doors off of your magical potential. And I don't say that lightly. I really don't. I've been working with this principle now for 3 years, and the level of gnosis, insight, the things that are like coming out, you know, the things that I've had success with, even though it's not monetary, material success, it's very big spiritual successes, like huge, huge, huge downloads of gnosis and revelation and information. And it's almost been to the point where I'm no longer as like every day I'm like, so reality basically is becoming more and more surreal as I go along, and my attachment to it has been diminishing. And so my ability to explore further afield is growing, you know, to the point where it's I almost don't take life as seriously. That's actually a risk. You actually kind of have to ground yourself, because you could get very like hermit-like. You can get very like, out of hell with it. Like, I don't need food, you know, I don't need this, I don't need that. You know, what matters is that Gnostic state, that state of union. That's what I'm trying to do. And you got to watch out for that, because you can lose yourself in a, I don't mean in a, like it's bad to necessarily let go or anything, but I've got too many things here I want to see, you know. So let me go back up and read some comments. But, you know, anyway, thanks for coming up, guys. I appreciate you guys. We got 22 people here now. That's good. You know, long gone are the days when you get a regular 150 showing. You know, we can thank mainly Susan Wojcicki's YouTube for this, but not entirely. Some of it's my own fault, of course. But the lion's share of it comes from being shadow banned and having less and less reason to post anything, because when I do, the reach is so limited now. When I make a new video, instead of getting 1,000 views in 24 hours, I'm lucky if I get 200. Some of that, of course, is because I've been less active, but I'm saying even before I got inactive, when it was like a sharp kaboof, Like I was getting minimum 800,000 views a video within 24 hours. And we're talking the long videos, 20, 30 minutes. And people were loving it. And aside from me getting a little political, nothing changed. The format has been the same. The content's been the same. I didn't talk as much about the Demon in Review stuff because I'm kind of like finished with that for a while. But, it's like I could see the difference, and the difference was stark. It like dropped off a cliff. So I haven't felt as incentivized to be productive. It's like trying to fight the world with one hand tied behind your back. You're already going to lose. Do we got to lose this? Like, do you have to freaking do this? Like, really? So yeah, whatever. But anyway, so welcome everybody. We also have Jen Vata. What's up? She says, "Sup nerds." We also have a serial Krabat, also known as Larisa Tybark on other media. But what's up, Asariel? Good to see you, brother. Let's see. Yeah, Jen says she's feeling some kind of a shift. I don't know if some of this was Jen saying that she's also getting some bad views, like fewer views, and that's a tough one to explain. I think some of this is just like, it's not all conspiratorial shit. Some of this is YouTube is trying to set itself up to replace TikTok, and they're pushing shorts. Obviously, if you've been using YouTube much in the last year, you know that they're pushing shorts like a drug dealer pushes crack. I mean, they're just pushing it on everybody. They have flat out told people that they're not going to be like, they flat out told people that if you want to grow your channel, you have to make shorts. So yeah. Yeah. Serial's talking about my pronunciation. What's up? He says. Yeah, Jen's saying it feels like a tectonic shift. You guys ain't seen nothing yet. You guys ain't seen nothing yet. What you're seeing now isn't even the opening act. Like, this is like, if you've ever been to like a major event, like a big, we'll say NASCAR race or something, the whole day, the whole parking lot's full of shit going on. And then like you get like the big lead up, and then the moment it starts. And like, we're still in like the 1 o'clock. Excuse me. I want to sneeze, but I can't. We're still in like the tailgate part of the event. Like, we're still at the tailgating phase. We haven't even gotten to the let's go in and catch the show yet. Like, so people are still just parked right now, and they're just tailgating. It's going to get so insane in the next couple of years. They're going to call it a coup. Let me be honest. They're just going to call it they're going to start by calling it a coup. They're going to tell you everything that's coming out as a lie. And it's going to be quite interesting to watch. Doesn't matter who wins at this point. We're going to be getting brinksmanshiped all the way right to the edge. Like, the matter of timing is probably before Saturn leaves Aquarius, shall we say. If you know that Saturn's in Aquarius right now, if you know some of what that could mean, that is its sign. That's where it wants to be. It's a very powerful time for anything to do with that. And we are absolutely in the outpouring. The so much is going to come out in the next 3 or 4 years that some of you guys are going to have don't take this the wrong way, but it's going to be like a come to Jesus moment for a lot of people. I don't know any of you guys will it be that for, but for a lot of people it's going to be. I don't know what it's going to be specifically. It's like, I know the context, I just don't know the content of the context. So yeah, Jen, absolutely have a bug out plan. Absolutely. 24 is going to be lit just because of politics. Doesn't even have to be any crises in the world. It's going to be lit. 24, you're going to get a lot of demonstrations. You're going to get a lot of things going on, especially if a certain orange person gets put back in. You're going to see. Don't be near any major cities. Is all I'm going to say. Just be able to get out, because there's going to be, even if you're on, team black mask, so to speak, you're going to want to get out, because it's going to be kind of crazy. I'm kind of in a yucky spot because I'm not in the city, but I'm in a very heavily, like, almost city suburb. Not quite like Brooklyn or something, but I'm there's still plenty of trees around, but you don't feel like you're in the country, for example. You definitely know you're in deep, heavy strip mall suburbs. So, but I don't want to get too, bogged down with this stuff, but it is an important thing that you guys, I wouldn't be doing my job as someone with, sagely views of things if I wasn't trying to at least remind you guys that this is not business as usual time in human history. This is, well, kind of is actually, but it's not business as usual. Like, this is not the harvest, growing season type shit. This is the harvest, like, a lot of shit's about to come home to roost, and I don't know how much is coming out. I just know that that's the whole point of the Age of Aquarius. And a lot of it's going to break your brain. Even people like me who know a lot, there's probably going to be stuff coming out that's going to mess with our heads too. And I don't just mean political intrigue. I mean, ancient aliens type shit. I'm talking about shit that's it's already getting to the point of absurdity that, I can understand skepticism. I totally understand the skepticism of most people in academia who are not part of some, they're not part of some cabal trying to hide shit. They've just been indoctrinated into a very specific view, and it's not in their interest to question that view. And the people who do are being targeted by, interestingly enough, globalist actors. Like, that's the part that's interesting to me. Like Graham Hancock, Randall Carlson, those two in particular, but some others, they're targeted by, globalist media interests. They're targeted and called racists and all kinds of stuff. Like, if you understand the media, you know that right now it's pretty much like this with globalist government. It's if you understand what's going on, this isn't conspiracy theory like, oh, Trump's got to win. This is something totally unrelated to him. Like, this isn't about that. This is stuff everyone should be, like, no matter what side of this current societal divide you're on, you should be looking at this going, why are they trying to silence this guy? Like, really silence him. Like, why are they pulling out all the usual, he's a racist, he's a this, he's a that. Why are they pulling out all the usual low information buzzwords that only get the stupid people? Why are they doing that? I don't mean like MIT or something. I don't mean the Smithsonian. I don't mean archaeologists. I mean, like, major players. Like, why are they silencing these people? Meanwhile, he's got like a Netflix series, which is interesting to me because I don't trust Netflix and I don't trust anything that makes it to mainstream media at all. Like, I really question, like, I'll take a Joe Rogan to a point because I see Joe Rogan as, he's sort of like a missing link a little bit between mainstream and, private content creator like me. I do suspect that he's at least, I'm not saying he doesn't take money and do shit that, is maybe a little bit, questionable. I don't quite think that, but at the same time, he's not a gatekeeper, if that makes sense. I don't think he's a gatekeeper personally. He might be, but I don't think so. The media is a gatekeeping operation. If you understand what they're doing, it's a gatekeeper. Okay. They don't want you to have certain information. So they give you information they want you to have. They only let you have some of it. And when there's shows like, I used to have a saying, if it's on television, it's probably either not true or it's interlaced with bullshit, or they're going to spin it through that show. So when Graham Hancock has a show, Ancient Apocalypse, or any other show, I automatically go, did they get to Graham Hancock or something? Like, what's the deal here? Like, why is Netflix running a show like that? And if you haven't watched it, it's pretty good. It's it's just a little superficial scraping of the stuff that's on the internet, if you know where to look. Not even crazy stuff in there. I'm talking about like very reasonable, rational stuff. Uncharted X, Randall Carlson, Bright Insight to a great extent, but there's something about him that he doesn't quite pass the smell test completely to me. Like he's a little too, it's like he has an agenda. And I question his agenda, but I support his work. Like I like his work. I don't have any, like all of his work I look at and go, okay, he's a little hyperbolic in his presentation, but the information's decent. And even though not everybody that I like agrees with him, like Randall Carlson, I don't think likes him at all. I have a feeling Randall Carlson sees him as a either threat to his pet theory, or maybe he sees something in him that is a questionable thing. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, look these people up and look at the subject matter, you know. Uncharted X is phenomenal. Randall Carlson is very good. Graham Hancock is very good. Bright Insight is also very good. These are some great channels. I know there's some others that people like Robert Seffer, although I think that he might take a few things a little bit off into the weeds, but and I also know that he seems to have a big, you know, infatuation with anything to do with the bad guys from World War II and their esoteric stuff, but that's not a bad thing unless he likes that for the wrong reasons, but I don't think so. He doesn't strike me as that. He's very much about forbidden knowledge and of the archaeological, sociological, you know, anthropological way. Like he's very into that kind of stuff. So he's good. There's another guy that I don't like as much. I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Is it Billy Carlson? I think it's Billy Carlson. Billy Carlson is, I think he needs a straight man or something. I don't mean like a cis man. I mean a straight, like someone who's more grounded to kind of even him out, because he's worse than Bright Insight. He jumps to a lot of conclusions, but he's wicked smart and he knows a lot of stuff. So like I've fact checked him a few times and was like, all right, he's got a better track record than Alex Jones. And I agree with a lot of what Alex Jones says, even though I don't necessarily trust him. So, Billy's all right. But I question, because there's sometimes he seems like he's got an agenda too. And I do wonder about that. And he's another one like that's on History Channel and stuff all the time. So I question it a little bit. You know, there's definitely a mockingbird thing going on with the media, and you got to be careful. Let's see. Andrew Colts asked, your thoughts on Brahma and the demiurge. Do you think it's more than an allegory? Suffering doesn't always lead to development. Meaning comes and goes. Okay, so that's a big topic to unpack. First and foremost, we have to ask the question, what is even real? What does real even mean? When our ability to sense reality is so, you know, it's indirect. What you imagine to be real is a projection of what is real. You don't see reality. And so even you and I, as real beings, the way that we define our reality is based on these illusory projections and central experiences. And those are terribly inaccurate, to the point of absurdity that anyone could ever sit here and think that the world that we see is anything more than a mental symbolic simulacrum that just vaguely represents what's really happening. I like to use the analogy of being a blind person or being somebody in the dark who can't see at all. And so imagine someone who's in the dark, not a blind person, but somebody who's in the dark, it's pitch black, you can't see anything. Imagine the mental picture that they make in their head while they're feeling around. That's sort of what the divine is doing right now through you. It's sort of sensing itself through the faculties of whatever it is that this is, because it's not what it looks like. And it's not even what it feels like. Okay, there is something here, but the something is it's chaos. It's literally chaos in the classical sense that has been idealized into a person or a place or a thing. And so we live in this matrix, literally like a simulation. There's no question that we live in a simulation. The question is, what kind of simulation is it? Is it a computer simulation? Nah, that's, anybody says it's a computer simulation is, you know, they're thinking in terms of, they're thinking too anthropomorphically, I think. But to say it's a simulation, 100%, this is a simulation. But it's a simulation of what, by what, and what is consuming that simulation. Is it a computer simulation? No. Is it a spirit? Is it? And if it is a computer, it's not anything like a computer we would imagine. It's a computer in the cosmic sense, in the mystical sense. The mind, like a computer, processes the information of the divine, if you will, and turns that into an experience. So from that frame of reference, which is kind of, it's my way of describing what all of these traditions are saying. If you really read between the lines of, you know, Advaita Vedanta, Kabbalah, Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, all of these traditions, I could go on. They're all telling you basically the same thing, just different ways. They disagree on a few finer points. They might even disagree on a few major points, but the premise is functionally the same. Okay? And the main differences are just in some cases, it's literally just the word they use to describe things, and the misinterpretation of those words screws people up. So Brahma, not to be confused with Brahman, Brahma is the deity that's part of the Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And some would argue that that Trimurti is a recent thing that's wrong, that we should be going back to the original Hinduism, which was Indra, and all of those other, you know, that pantheon of gods that are not one for one, but they're definitely syncretizable to Greek and Roman, and to a lesser extent Egyptian, definitely Sumerian, definitely Celtic. If you know your Celtic mythology, you know that anything from England to pretty much China, okay? Imagine like a gradient, and imagine that it has its source in that, you know, Fertile Crescent area, the Proto-Indo-European area, you know, Iraq, Turkey, Greece, India, Mediterranean, Persia, that whole region in there, okay? Everything that we think of as pagan or Hindu or Celtic are easily matched up. Norse, you can match it up almost. It's not perfect, but you can see how they're the kind of the same guys over and over. So Indra, Jupiter, Zeus, Thor, several Sumerian deities, usually Baal Hadad or Marduk or one of them, and quite a few others. They're easily syncretizable as the same guy. Okay, just different cultures' interpretation of the great Sky Father. And, you know, you could maybe even say Ra to a different, although Ra is more about the sun, you know, Amun Ra or Horus or them, they're more about the sun, but the principle is basically the same. If you look at what they do, their position and things, they're all pretty close, with some differences, but especially when you're talking about a lightning storm deity, right? And this is one of the reasons why the Old Testament, the Abrahamic God, was so like always at odds with like Baal in particular, because they're kind of the same deity. Like they were kind of like competing, like who's Sky Daddy, because they came from the same basic culture. So it's like two cults from two different gods going to war for a little while is what it looked like. But those gods were like syncretizable, actually, interestingly enough. At least the way they present it in the Bible. A more mystical understanding of Judaism through the Kabbalah is different, so I won't touch it with a 10-foot pole right now, but just know that. So anyway, Brahma and all of the deities that are similar to that. So is Brahma the demiurge, or is there such a thing? Again, going back to what I said before, what is real? What do we mean by real? Depending upon your definition of reality, I would say yes. And if you meant it a different way, I might say no. In the multiverse, if we're going with the multiverse position, especially if it's an infinite multiverse in which anything can happen, that even stuff that is irrational, maybe that exists even just for an instant, then yes, there is a demiurge that is literally exactly like the Gnostics described, word for word. And I mean all the Gnostics, not just one sect. I mean all of them. There's a universe where every individual version is true. And one could argue that one of the ways the multiverse is real is that each one of us exists in our own private multiverse. And when we see each other, we're seeing like how we would look to each other, okay? None of us exist in the same universe because none of us exist from the same exact perspective of whatever's going on. The idea that there's a universe that we share, that's not necessarily true. Just because we all agree upon something doesn't mean that it is objectively real, especially now that we know. I know I'm going way off in the weeds to a simple question, but it is important. This is part of transcending this stuff. You got to look beyond the dogma and the myth and treat the myth as a metaphor meant to point you to something bigger. And that's why I'm going around this long ass winding path to get back here. The idea that things are objectively real in the sense that we've been taught most of our lives, even scientists are now going, all right, I guess we got this a little off. I want you guys to look up, if you're not familiar with it already, just look up in Google or whatever, the headline or something to the equivalent of reality is not locally real, and find yourself a good scientific communicator's explanation of it. I'll do my best really quick, but fundamentally this is something that got a Nobel Prize because a group of scientists basically proved that reality cannot be locally real. Now, what they mean by locally real means that fundamental quantum objects, quantum particles, whatever you want to call them, do not have intrinsic anything until they are in relationship to something else or have a conscious interaction, we'll say. So you've heard of the double slit experiment where if you observe it, it acts differently than if you leave it alone. And that's always been bugging everybody. So this sort of takes this a little further, and it has to do with quantum entanglement and other things. And it proves that one of two things: reality is not real locally, or it is, but it's not local. So either way, like one or the other, and either one's deeply profound. Either one, if true, well, they are true according to science right now. Either one, the implication is almost perfectly in line with certain metaphysical traditions, which I'm a big fan of. It's almost perfect because it's literally telling you that these attributes that we give to things, like we say, like this particle has this kind of energy and spin and shit, those details only exist when they're measured or interact with something. In other words, before they're measured, they don't have any attributes. So the normal intuitive understanding that you and I are brought up with is that there is a reality that has details. It has features. It has, a nature. It's got intrinsic qualities that are always there. Like once a cat, always a cat. Once a photon, always a photon. But that's not the case. It turns out that these particles, which make up everything, have absolutely no reality of their own until they are interacted with. They have no properties, no this, no that, until they're interacted with in some way. In other words, everything about them is relative or relationship oriented. That alone is, I'm sure that's keeping a lot of scientists up at night. Because I think if more people understood what the implication of this is, they'd realize that this is the stuff of science fiction, of magic fantasy. This is something that is really, really, it's a big one. All right. To me, it's one of the most important things we've discovered and proven more important than the smashing of atoms and all this stuff. It's literally like, this is a uh-oh moment, because the implications of this are far-reaching, really far-reaching. And I want you guys to do the homework on it. So let me come back around. What's the demiurge? So the demiurge is the artisan, the craftsman, the thing that supposedly made this world. Now, the demiurge, depending upon your tradition, isn't a bad guy. Even in some Gnostic traditions, the demiurge isn't a bad guy. The demiurge is just the craftsman, and in some it is a bad guy. It really depends on your relationship with divinity and materiality and the world around you. You know, someone living in the lap of luxury isn't likely to think of the demiurge as a bad guy. But someone who's living around the Dark Ages, when early Christianity existed, during the turn of the age, the epoch, when we went to BC to AD or whatever, or BCE to CE or whatever. That's not what they did, but you know what I mean. If you're alive during that time, as the Roman Empire is collapsing and crumbling and going through all these changes and upheavals, and, you know, your God was crucified and all this other shit, you know, it's a scary time. So you're going to look at the world with a little bit of suspicion and contempt, right? So the demiurge gets a bad rap from them, and it's called Yaldabaoth, and this is this satanic creator. It's equal to Satan in the normal Christian sense, okay? And in fact, a lot of Satanism, underneath the hood, like if you go underneath the hood of a lot of what certain satanic groups say, they're basically Gnostics, but with an edgier thing around them, okay? Luciferianism, of the sort that I mostly am interested in, is that Gnostic Luciferianism, the idea that Lucifer is an angel of the true God, not this fake bullshit God that has come to enlighten us, basically taking the form of Jesus, or, you know, Buddha, or the serpent in the garden, or any of these enlightenment figures in history. Okay, that is an incarnation of that essence, in some level. I'm a Luciferian for that reason, not because I've chosen to be a Luciferian, but because when I looked up all this stuff, I'm like, oh, I basically have all of those traits. I am a manifestation, D.H. Thorne, and a lot of you guys too, I'm sure, are manifestations, like I'm not the only one, are manifestations of that Gnostic Lucifer, that Gnostic vision of Lucifer, or the non-Christian version of Lucifer. And if you understand what they preached and what they practiced, this Gnostic group, and you look at what Christian culture says about the devil, you see that it's obvious, to me anyway, it's obvious that the Orthodox Church demonized the Gnostics by taking their version of Jesus, who they called Lucifer, and many cults, many sects called Jesus Lucifer in the Gnostic tradition. They wanted to demonize those heretics, and so they allowed, or even maybe intentionally, left the translation in Isaiah to be Lucifer, to imply that that was Satan. And so they conflated the two for hundreds and hundreds of years, and by the time you get to, say, Paradise Lost, Milton, you get Lucifer, Satan, who's the same guy. And this is why you see almost every fucking day, I see some noob, as I'll call it, asking the question, are Lucifer and Satan the same? You know, trying to trace out which is which and who is who, there are people who believe Satan refers to a deity that existed before Judaism and Christianity. There are people who think that Satan is an angel that still works for God. In the Jewish tradition, he'd be Samael. There's so many different, you know, pick your myth. What I prefer you do is to look at the archetypes and then figure out from there what to work with. Don't believe in these religious myths in a literal way, the way they want you to. One of the stupidest things you can do, you know, if you're just a religious person and this is your religion and you're just trying to practice goth religion, do whatever the fuck you want. Be an edgelord Satanist who believes that Satan's a god that created the world, and believe whatever you want. Like that's all superstitious religious noise to me. It's useful as allegory. It's useful in the sense that it creates symbolism and things that are interesting, or as an art form. But as genuine metaphysics and occult mystical knowledge, it's just, I'm going to do it. That's why I talk down about like theistic traditions, okay? I generally talk down to them because most of the time, with few exceptions, they are just patterning themselves after Christianity or cults or whatever, and they don't have really high esoteric knowledge. They usually have like really rudimentary esoteric knowledge, really rudimentary. You know, they're basically black New Agers, you know, like black magic, like black New Agers. That's kind of what they are, and it's kind of sad. And I know if they're insulted about this, I'm sorry. I don't mean to insult you. I'm just being honest. You can't compare what a lot of these people, these edgelords online with the, you know, half my audience, to be fair. I don't mean to, I know that's kind of dick of me, but you can't compare that with really deep esoteric understanding that exists in other things. Okay. So what they function as is a stepping stone out of that mental prison of religion, because they get to start by being a rebel. And so you're rebellious against your religious and cultural upbringing. And that detachment from that gives you room to finally breathe and think for yourself. And then along the way, you might discover something more akin to the things that I'm discovering and talking about. Like, I'm sort of on that path, if you will. Although I didn't go that way, I went a completely different way. I'm on a similar path. I got away from religiosity and you know, dogmatic belief systems, and found my way like a fool in the dark, feeling around with a cane in the dark, trying to figure out where I'm going. I finally found a little ping of light, and now I'm going towards it. And it's all adding up. The downloads are fast and furious. I can barely keep up. My journals are getting full again. My, you know, all of this, it's maddening, especially if you got ADHD like I do. So I'm like constantly like, more here, more inflammation there. Ooh, that's interesting. Ooh. And I'm just, I wish that I had like an assistant who would just follow me around and just take notes and organize what I'm finding and just fucking go through it with me and figure out what it means. I'd like to hire someone. That'd be cool if I had the money for that. That'd be fun. So it's a little maddening. Anyway, the demiurge is the architect. It's the creator. It's the being that shapes your reality, if you will. But as a dogmatic, religious, theistic belief system, I'm just like I did before. It's no different. Don't treat them as literal, but they can have literal manifestations. Allegorical truth, in other words, divine information, manifests in the material world or in the layers between, like the ones that are not necessarily purely material, in the form of something very akin to a demiurge. In fact, I guarantee you can go again in the multiverse or in the astral realm, you can encounter a demiurge. I don't doubt that. It'll be a thought form probably, if you know, depending upon your view of things, or it'll be in another dimension. But the idea that there's a demiurge that is sucking pieces of the true divine and sticking it in little individual people and using us as slaves, on one level, it is true, but in the level of religiosity, it's not true. Interestingly enough, in the material sense, it is completely true, but it's not a demiurge. The demiurge is the essence that empowers these archonic things which control our society. Every single one of these conspiracy theories that are proven true, it's like the Gnostic Jesus coming out and showing us the demiurge. Every time that it's revealed that, you know, that something about the New World Order or society, this whole thing. So instead of thinking of material reality as being constructed by the demiurge, think of society as being the work of the demiurge. first and foremost. Think of it that way. If you think of it that way, then the demiurge is completely real, because the demiurge is just an externalized vision or an externalization of your own personal ego. That means each one of us has our own personal demiurge that we got to get through. And that's a very important step in your magical progress. In fact, it's something that will probably be a major theme in the book that I'm trying to finish, but I probably never will at the rate I'm going. It'll probably be a major theme in there in the path working part of it, because it's one of the final bosses is the demiurge, if you will. And you could call it Karanzan, you could call it Legion, you can call it the demiurge. There's all different ways to describe this final boss. And if you try to just beat the final boss, you're going to lose. Notice that Neo didn't destroy the architect. He didn't fight him, right? Yes, the Matrix is Gnosticism in the modern world. It's a technological Gnosticism. Great fucking movie, especially the first movie. The other one's kind of The first movie was legit. The other two were, I don't know. I didn't see the latest one. I wasn't interested, but. So recognize the demiurge to be whatever it is on a spiritual or material level that is making our civilization the way it is, that keeps most people stupid and dumbed down and keeps them ignorant of their magical and esoteric and mystical reality. They want everybody tuned into the lowest possible denominator of materialism that they can get us to. This is why the sciences have decoupled from everything that has to do with philosophy or metaphysics. If you listen to a scientist, they talk down about philosophy, or they talk about philosophers almost like they are crackpots. Necessary, but crackpots. Like they make them like I listen to Sean Carroll once in a while. When you hear him talk about philosophers, it's obvious that he has a begrudging respect for them. Like he almost wishes that they weren't important. Almost. Maybe he doesn't really think that way, but if you listen to him, it's so smug. Like, philosophers, they think about the things we can't prove, or something. Like it's clear he doesn't respect the profession that much, but recognizes its necessity. So modern science, once upon a time, philosophy and metaphysics were part and parcel of a scientist's curriculum. In fact, science was part of the curriculum of a philosopher, not the other way around. Metaphysics, magic, mysticism came first, and that's a distillation of those thinkers. You get the scientific method and then science as a practice, not the other way around. When people are trying to make magic and science the same thing, no, they're not. They've never been. You cannot equate them. Magic is not a science of spiritual. You know what that is? That's science envy. If you feel the strong urge to be like, science magic is just another kind of science. No, it is not. Not because of the reason you think, though. You're gonna say, well, in magic, I'm doing experiments. I'm testing things. Perhaps, but you're not using the scientific method, dude. You're just not. I don't know a single magician that uses the scientific method and gets results. I'm just telling you, because if you applied the scientific method to magic, it's going to blow up in your face and not work pretty much every time. I've tried it. Most people I know, it's kind of like when E.A. Quetting says, magic is not a science, because if it was, it wouldn't be magic anymore. And he's right. And for reasons you probably don't realize. So magic and science are not the same thing. They don't operate with the same mentality. Science is all about the study of what can be measured. You can't measure what magic is doing. You can't measure magic at all. Magic is firmly in a higher position, actually, than science, because magic is more like the technologization, I don't know if that's even a word, I think I just made it up, of metaphysical philosophy. So when you recognize that there is let's take the Gnostic tradition. You recognize that there is a one true divine, which is equated with the Neoplatonic, system of emanations. You recognize that there is a one true deity, and then there is this demiurge somewhere at the very edge of that deity's light, and it is like a shadow puppet, and it's casting these shadows that become material reality, and then sparks of the demiurge land in those shadows, and they're entrapped and enslaved and all this stuff. Your magical tradition is going to reflect that, and it's a technology that works with that lofty view of reality. But you're still going to use science to figure out how to make a typewriter. You're not going to use magic to make a typewriter. Magic has everything to do with the world that is unseen and connecting to that world through whatever medium. So if you're working, regardless of tradition, this is universally true, by the way. People say like, well, herbalism is a form of magic. No, magic can include herbalism, but herbalism is not a form of magic. It's a form of chemistry, really. It's medicine and chemistry. But the origin of herbalism was magic. So in that sense, you could say herbalism is a form of magic. It's just, so like what Jen does, that's a magical thing because she's literally bridging that gap between that chemistry and the spiritual, because I guarantee you, when she's making her little formulas and concoctions, she's consulting the great big book of correspondences and the great big book of psychedelic entheogenic effects that were studied by the, magicians of old. But when you're talking about just holistic medicinal herbalism, that's not magic. That's being a pharmacist. But being a pharmacist, pharmakia was once a big part of magic. So you see what I'm saying? The sciences are a distillation of metaphysical magical understanding. And there are still some bridges. Like I said, Jen is doing like a bridge between the two. But magic is not about the stuff. Like when someone says like, hey, Thorne, is this crystal magical? I go, absolutely not. This crystal is not. It's a rock. It's literally a rock. Don't worry about it. This is not magic. But the essence of this crystal that is not in that solid field, because this is an illusion. This crystal is a representation of something. This crystal as a crystal doesn't exist. This is just a mental hallucination that tells me there's something here that I call a crystal. Everything I feel is a representation of something real. So the crystal is not magic, but the essence that inspires the crystal to manifest in my mind, that is real. And that is what is magical. So long as I'm focusing on the crystal, I'm not doing magic. The crystal is a symbol of what might be magical. So in that sense, no, the crystal's not magic, but its essence is magic. The essence of everything is magical or can be connected to those energy essences. 100%. And they don't want you looking at this. That's demiurge type shit. They don't want you to access this on any level. Except perhaps superstitious mumbo jumbo, which unfortunately informs 95+% of the other occult people you see that are creators online. Some of them get it, or some of them have an inkling, and I'm not saying I get the whole picture. Like, let's pretend I've got 5 or 10% real good gnosis. Let me be that conservative. I maybe have 5 or 10% of what I could possess in terms of esoteric that's out there. And there's more than that nobody knows. But there are people in the world that know, and I don't mean they're a bookworm and they've memorized all these books. I mean, they have penetrated reality to the point where they really know what's going on. As much as you can know, because you can't know the divine, but you can understand at least this and how it manifests. You can understand that, and you can put that into your own service, if you will. You can make that serve you, that knowledge. Of course, the interesting thing is the more you know, the less you want to change things, because you realize it's already being done. It's already happening. You don't feel this urge to change the world or even your circumstances that much, because you're like, how? It's already sort of happening. I can just go back to, it's sort of like in Zen when they say before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. Before magic, chop wood and carry water. After magic, chop wood. It's the same thing. You end up like, at first you're like, I need to use magic to make myself rich. I need to get laid. I need to get a new car. Praise Jesus. It's no different. You act just like every Christian going to church for the first time. You don't go to church because most people don't go to church because they want to get saved and go to heaven, or because they're afraid of the devil or something. Most people go to church because they want to pray for shit, or they want to keep up appearances. It has nothing to do with, they're hollow, right? And most people get into magic for the same reason. They don't get into magic because they want to know their higher self, or they want to know anything really important. They want to know the bullshit. And the bullshit sells. And so 95% of the creators of this type of stuff online or in books is either a bookworm that's parroting what other people know badly, I might add, or they are ignorant. So you can't really call them a charlatan. They probably believe what they're saying, but it's not based on anything. Not even gnosis of their own. I mean, it's based on literally just poppycock that they get out of the New Age store. Oh, we're all twin flames. Oh, we're all these like goofy little New Age concepts that are usually like bad reboots of superficial Hindu ideas, to be clear. Most of New Age stuff, I do a lot of Hindu conversation. I talk about the Vedas. I talk about, so I maybe I sound a little hypocritical, but most New Age stuff is just a regurgitation, repackaging of a lot of it's Krishna stuff, believe it or not, but a lot of it's from that kind of dimension, and it's poorly parroted. It loses a lot of the essence in the translation, and it just becomes an excuse to buy crystals and smoke incense and do whatever the fuck else. It's all fun and games. It's fine. But if you're not, most of the time such people are not getting legitimate enlightenment. They're getting a feel-good buzz, and they're confusing the two. Enlightenment doesn't always feel good at first. It does eventually feel like a relief, but it's not like, I'm filled with love. That's not enlightenment. Just letting you know that big wave of love, that's not enlightenment. Nope. It's not enlightenment, but it's not enlightenment. That's not it. So is the demiurge more than allegory? I can't answer that simply because depending upon your perspective, it either is or it isn't. Everything's an allegory. Your experience of reality right now is an allegory. You don't know that because you've been convinced and indoctrinated by your life of experiences to believe this is reality. This is an allegory of reality. I just made a Facebook post today that for some reason didn't get much play, but it basically said something like, in fact, I could pull it up. Let me repeat it to you. And by the way, everything I'm saying to you is literally what the demiurge doesn't want you to know. Whether it's a real demiurge or the higher civilization that's running everything. Oh yeah, here it is. The world you see is not the real world. The world you see is a symbol for the real world. Just as numbers are the notation of value, subjective experience is the notation of real existence. That is something that is held by all the great mystical traditions. Every single one of them is telling you the same thing. And if that's true, and if even science is telling you that finally after thousands of years, so it seems, as humans begin, Tesla said, the moment science starts studying non-physical reality, they will achieve more in a decade than in 1,000 years. He was implying that the moment the sciences stop treating this as real, but as an overlay for something subtler that gives rise to this experience, once they start studying that invisible world, not even the quantum yet. The quantum is actually still part of that visible manifestation, but the quantum is starting to direct these people towards especially with that latest finding, it's starting to be like, wait a minute, there's got to be something else. And that's why you get this idea that we live in an information universe, that our universe is composed of information, not stuff. They're almost there. They're so close. That's basically what the ancient philosophers were saying, except they were saying that information is the spirit, essence, soul of the divine manifesting through each one of our individuated minds. But all of our individuated minds are part of the greater mind and part of the totality of soul. And if you realize that consciousness, that the unseen witness that's witnessing all things is the same consciousness in everybody, and it's not an individual thing, it's an everything behind everything. When you understand that principle, holy shit, even science starts to be like, they're going to find this next, because it starts being obvious. You can see it all around you. It's forget it. Once you start doing deep transcendental experiments or chemonostic experiments, or combining the two preferably, when you combine, I don't want to give anybody advice. We're on YouTube. I can't give you any kind of suggestion, but a little bit of the wacky, just a little bit, not a lot, hit or two, something good, something strong, usually good sativa, when combined with a transcendental practice, it's like putting greased lightning or it's like putting grease on lightning. Like, it just, forget it. You practically don't even need the mushrooms and stuff. Like, you can like, out of body, easy peasy. It's starting to get almost routine for me now to get that stuff. Almost routine, not like I'm flying around my house, more like interdimensional stuff. Like, I'm not like leaving my body and exploring my room. It's not even leaving my body. My body ceases to exist as far as I'm concerned. It's more like in Carlos Castaneda, I think it was the Yaqui Way. I forget which one it was. It was one of those, or maybe it was the something in Don Juan. Whichever one it was the first one I read. It might have been the first book. And there's a part, it's one of my favorite parts, where he takes this one thing that blows him completely out of the water, and he has this vision that he becomes a bird, and he flies all around. And when he comes back, he asks Don Juan, because it seems so real, he says, did I really become a bird? And Don Juan's like, yeah, of course you did. And he says, well, what happened to my body? And Don Juan said, what a stupid question. What body? Well, what happened to my body while I was having that out-of-body experience as a bird? You don't have a body. There's no body. You were a bird. That's what you were in that moment. It's not that it's not that your body went away. You're not that body ever. You've never been that body. And you've never been this person. That's not what you are. It's a delusion. It's a story that you tell about what you are. It's a story that you surround yourself with. So that's your ego that is attached to that story. Ego is not a thing. It's not a soul. Your soul is not an ego. Your ego is what makes you cling to that soul and part that soul and scoop that soul out of the greater whole soul, the total soul. It's like taking all the sand on a beach and making a sandcastle out of it and then saying, that's my castle. No, it's just the beach in the shape of a castle, dude. It's not a castle. It's still the beach. And you don't own it. You just made a shape. You see, that's ego. So you've got your personal ego. That's your personal self demiurge. You are your own architect. And then there is an externalization of that architect, because ego cannot exist as an island unto itself. It must be an ego among other egos. And every other ego helps reinforce and reify this ego that you think you are. And the more egos, the better. And the bigger the egos, the better. There's two ways that the ego loves to reify itself. It likes to be a winner and a loser. It likes to be in conflict. It likes to be a victim, and it likes to be a conqueror. Those are some of its favorite and most potent ways, because when you do something, just by saying it like that, just, I did something, that's ego. You don't do anything. But Thorne, are you saying that I'm powerless? This is no, I'm saying D.H. Thorne is not real. It's a story I tell that gives me a sense of here and now, identity, egoistic attachment, and so on. It's the same thing you're doing. D.H. Thorne does nothing. But your ego makes you want to believe that you do. Your ego makes you feel like, I did that. And if you're very egoistic, you have a lot of that, I did that. Or people don't get this part. They think being egoistic means you're full of yourself. Like no. Someone who's a perpetual victim and uses victimhood to define themselves, they're also a very reinforced ego. When someone says, oh, the world is always shitting on me. Oh, woe is me. Oh, they took from me this and that, and they touched me in inappropriate places, and oh. Usually they're really narcissistic too, by the way. Such people are highly egoistic as well. Because there's two ways that the ego really likes to reify itself: by conquering or being conquered, by being in competition and conflict, by being a victim or a victimizer. By being a champion or a loser. That binary of relationship. So if there is a self-ego that's not real, it's an illusion, but if there is a self-ego, and that ego needs other egos, it insists that everyone around it is also an ego. And there must be a great big ego, bigger than it could ever be, which it secretly wants to be, which is the demiurge. And that fucker looks like God. To a superstitious moron that doesn't know what's going on, that looks like God. And what probably happened was the early Gnostics probably got taught some high-level either Kabbalah or non-Christian Gnosticism or Hermeticism or non-dualism or something like that. But they didn't get it they didn't get it transmitted cleanly. They got just snippets of it, or they got what they could get from the Jesus teachings and stuff, because Jesus was either, taught by Buddhists and Hindu people or Kabbalah type shit. He was taught somewhere that everything is of God, that everything is God. And he wasn't teaching Old Testament God for a reason, because he didn't believe in that. He knew that was wrong. If he existed as an individual, mind you. He might have just been a group of Buddhists or something. The hard part is finding if Jesus really lived. Most anthropologists believe someone fitting the description that was crucified probably existed. Probably. Too big an impact on history, not just religion, history. Too many different groups that were there agree somebody made a dent. So this character, this figure, this person almost certainly existed, but was it what the scriptures say? Guess as good as mine. But we know that the New Testament Jesus is nothing like the God of the Old Testament at all. Quite the contrary. He seems to be quite adversarial towards that view of God, didn't he? Almost like Lucifer. Is this why maybe the Jewish people rejected him? Why the Pharisees rejected him? Because they knew he couldn't be? Could be. Could be. Maybe it's because he challenged them. Could be. Almost certainly, at least. They probably knew that he wasn't, of their deity. But that he might have taken some of their magical technology, if you will. Their mystical technology, and brought it to the masses in a way that they didn't want. Because at the time, religion wasn't that different from now. We were in the early Piscean age. The age of Pisces is two fish tied with a string. Some say it's a symbol of cooperation. I see it as a symbol of being bound. You're bound to something spiritually. It's spiritual enslavement. So right around that year zero is when that age was really coming online. And so whatever higher wisdom was in the older traditions was purified, purged, and gone, and being replaced with this religion as a tool of control and manipulation. That's the demiurge. Control and manipulation. That's demiurge. So from the bottom up view, yes, you'll look up into the astral and see a demiurge-like character out there. Especially if you know where to look. But you don't have to look out there, just look all around you. I'm not saying that the material world is the doing of the demiurge. I'm saying that our perception of that world, our perception of society in particular, society, religion, government, media, all of that, that's demiurge shit. And everyone that's a master of it would be one of the archons. Soros, for example, would be an archon. Trump would even be an archon under that because he's not telling you the truth. Like people say, like Thorne loves Trump. Oh, he's like his best friend. No. Now, maybe he's got reasons for not revealing certain things. Maybe he doesn't know a lot of things. But he's playing the game too. And maybe he's got to play the game. Maybe he is one of the good guys. I don't know. If you know your Christian stuff, there's a lot of signs that say Trump might even be the Antichrist. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. I'm not kidding. There's a lot of things that are said that the Antichrist will do that it looks like Trump is doing. Just saying. We're about to be on the brink of global war. Probably engineered by him and his allies, believe it or not. And he's probably going to come in at the last minute and do a major peace talk and prevent World War III. And that'll probably be either right after he's reinstated as president or right before or something. Somehow he's going to do. That would be to the born again fundies. If they know their own religion, if they know their own mythology, if they know their own revelation stuff, they might be suspicious of him because that's supposedly what the Antichrist is going to do. He's going to save us from total destruction, world war, etc. That's literally what is prophesied according to these people. So, interesting indeed. But there's a lot of people who recognize that the book of Revelation was written by the orthodoxy, meaning that is their apocalypse, not ours. So maybe that's the good guy. Food for thought. I'm not saying what is, I'm just telling you some fanciful observations. So if you don't like Trump, you got even more reason now. And if you do, you got even more reason now, potentially on your look at things. All right. I'm going to, hopefully that was a good enough answer. Whew. Wyatt says, what do you mean Jesus never preached about it? No, I didn't say he didn't preach about it. I said he didn't preach about it like he was endorsing it. He didn't sit there and go, you better watch out. God's going to crush you. You better watch out. God's going to put you in hell. No, it was all about, forgiveness and all that kind of stuff. Totally different. Yes, Sarah brought up the Gospel of St. Thomas. That's basically Buddhism by like a stoner. If you read the Gospel of St. Thomas, he said Gospel of St. Thorne. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Gospel of Thomas. Never mind. Yeah, Sariel, we got to do another Sariel. We got to do another live stream at a time when it's convenient for you. We should do a daytime one. Well, for me it's daytime. For you it would be daytime too, I guess. Someone mentioned Fleshy. Is Fleshy here? Did I miss him? Is he here? Joe Biden said, become a living meme. I think he's talking about EA. You know, I was featured on Become a Living Meme. They called me a Nazi. Yeah. Sarah says, go drugs. Dude, like, come on, man. Where do you think religion comes from? It wasn't from some, like, sober guy sitting there going, I think we're all God. No, it's some dude whose fucking, you know, pupils are all, like, dilated all the way in the back of a cave somewhere, being like, I hope I didn't eat the wrong fucking mushroom. And Christian, what's up, brother? He says if Trump went out there and started talking in Trumpian fashion about the devil, could you imagine that shit? Look, even if you hate his fucking guts, that would be hysterical. I don't even know if I could do a good impression. Could you imagine that? Oh God, that would be. No one else would get it but me and you. That would be ridiculously funny. I don't care if it was pro or anti-demiurge. I'd be in the front row of every rally. Could you imagine how entertaining that would be? Oh my God, that would be so entertaining. I'm trying to get like a mental. Give me a minute. Demiurge is huge. Very Marxist and un-American, that demiurge. I can't do it. I end up sounding like a Long Island guy. I can't do it. I don't do a very good Trump. Oh God, could you imagine? Dude, that'd be hysterical. Good to see you, by the way, brother. Yeah, the demiurge. What a terrible deal. You know, when I was president, the demiurge didn't fuck with us. Oh my God. Yes, Atropa, they did. I definitely got called a Nazi. Actually, I think they actually accused VK more of being a Nazi, but they kind of said I was a Nazi that looked like the bad guy from Toy Story 2. At the time, I put the meme up myself. It was funny. The picture of me really it did look like the guy from. If you look at the toy collector from Toy Story 2 and the way I looked when I was fatter, oh my God, I really kind of did look like that. That's not even like. I was like, I can't even be mad. That's actually pretty fucking good. Oh my God. Yes, Maiden Liberty. It's Long Island. Long Island. I am a Long Island guy. Yes, I am an island boy. As a matter of fact, if you mean Long Island, New York, yes, I am from Long Island. 100%. Andrew Cole says, why would existence want to experience such a limited perspective of life? Surely there are better ways to experience the duality of powerlessness and power. You know, how about think of it this way? Think of it as if within the divine is the inspiration for literally anything and everything. So here, let's really break this down so that you understand why it's inevitable that the divine would experience some shit. Okay? You see, you're saying that from a very incarnate perspective. You still engage with suffering. It sounds like you're going through something, by the way. Something based on what you said before. It sounds like you're going through something right now. Like you're kind of resentful a little bit of the suffering, maybe. So you're sitting there from a very incarnate perspective saying, why would I do this to myself? You're thinking from an incarnate perspective. In other words, you're still attached egoistically to all of this. And so you don't realize that this is like not even a bat of the eye. Like you put so much importance on this life. Meanwhile, it's gone. Before you know it, it's over. And I know why you're thinking that, because I've thought that when I was way in the beginning. I'm like, well, why would I incarnate here? This sucks. You know, why would I do that? Atropa, Fleshy said the same thing. You hardly have an accent, DH, unless I'm not hearing it. Fleshy said the same thing, but there are certain words that we say that really stick out. I forget what they were, but there's certain words that when my wife and I say them, like, especially when we get mad. Like if you get me mad enough, I don't know. I wouldn't say I always sound like Italian-y, Long Island-y, but I don't know if I do it with my wife like that, but with strangers, yeah, I'll be like, come on, motherfucker, let's go. Like suddenly like Long Island comes out. I sound like, fuck you. That's one of the ones. We sound like donkeys when we tell you to go fuck off. When other people say fuck you, it's just fuck you. We say fuck you, fuck you, come fuck you. You know, it's got that that donkey sound. That's a very Long Island kind of sound. All right, anyway. So let me do this right back to Andrew's point. Maybe it'll help. Maybe I'll help him a little bit. You may not agree with it, Andrew, but maybe you will. So imagine that the divine contains the essence that inspires anything and everything you can imagine. Literally every kind of universe, every kind of timeline, every kind of living thing, every kind of dead thing. Imagine the number infinity. Literally every number is contained in infinity. So imagine the divine is like the number infinity. And so therefore every kind of experience exists in that infinity. Okay. So we got that. Let's accept that as true, because that's a universal thing that is sort of described by every religion that talks about God. You know, if there's a monotheistic or pantheistic God, it is everything and everything is God. That's a given, right? Okay, so you're that. Okay. So now let's take that idea, put that over here for a minute. Don't forget it. Just put it here. Please remember it. Put a pin in it. Everything. You're everything. So you are also omnific, which means you are omniscient, which means all-knowing. You're omnipotent, which means all-doing or all-powerful. And you're omnipresent. You're in or present everywhere and everything. You're the big three. Okay. If you're all things, and all things are you, and you're present for everything, you are doing everything, and you're aware of everything, that means that no matter what it is, no matter how good or bad it is, you're there. You don't get to say, I will only experience the happy shit, or the good shit, or the shit that makes me feel good. You are going to experience all of it. The good, the bad, the fucked up, the not so fucked up. So when you say, why would existence experience this? Because it can, and therefore it does. It's not a matter of can it or can't it or will it or wouldn't it or why would it? So let me put it to you like this, Andrew. I don't know if you play video games, but pick a game like GTA 5, where death literally doesn't mean anything. It takes a little bit of money out of your bank account. It doesn't mean anything. What kind of crazy shit do people get up to in GTA 5? How many self-destructive things do you do? You know, I've never driven this car off of the top of the tallest building in the world. Let me find a way to get the car up there and then drive it off and drive. Ooh, why would you do that? You wouldn't. You wouldn't do that. except if it wasn't really real. So when I'm telling you that every mystical tradition is telling you that this is a simulation, that you're taking really seriously, if you look at it from the perspective of God, this is a game that you're playing with yourself. And a game requires give and take. You have to be able to win and you have to be able to lose. But not only that, if you haven't, there's an old video I did, Godhood for Dummies, which is one of my favorite videos that I did, but not many people liked it. It was, for whatever reason, it wasn't like the one everybody liked. If you Google my channel and you look up Godhood for Dummies, I'm going to basically recite some of it to you I'm going to paraphrase it. I want you to imagine, from your perspective, what life would be like if you never had a bad day ever again. I want you to imagine for a moment that you never experience any discomfort or any sadness or any loss. You never have to wait for anything. It's just pleasure all the time. What would that be like? Imagine if you never get to experience thirst, so you also never get to experience the pleasure of quenching thirst. If you understand where most forms of pleasure as a biological or material sensation originate, it's almost always a form of relief, actually. Most forms of pleasure are a kind of release, letting go, or enlightenment, if you will. You're satisfying a craving, and the craving is what's making you uncomfortable. You do the things you don't crave anymore. That's why fasting is such an important step in spiritual development. You don't have to fast for a week. Fast for 24 hours, 3 days, whatever. Do a short fast. Do a half day, like one of those. Like just for my own reasons, not even for health reasons. I do intermittent fasting just as it's just what works for me. I didn't even know I was doing it. Like I'll eat dinner and then I won't eat anything till like 2 p.m. And then I'll have dinner at like 7 or 8. You know, actually lately I've been eating lunch a little earlier, but usually I go a good 16 hours without eating anything. No snacks, no treats, nothing. After dinner, I don't eat. I will drink water, tea, diet this, diet that. I won't eat anything. It's very rare that I do. Once dinner is done, I don't eat, and then usually by 1 o'clock I've eaten, usually between 12 and 1. It's a long time for most people. Most people couldn't do that. I found out. I didn't know that. And every now and then I'll go where I only eat once a day and I'll try not to eat at all. But you should just every now and then fast for a decent amount of time so you can really know what it's like. And you'll realize that most forms of pleasure come as, and I'm not saying all of them, but most forms of pleasure are a relinquishing or giving in to a craving on some level. So imagine you've never been thirsty. Would drinking hold as much pleasure for you? When you get punched in the face, well, that's a horrible experience. Yeah, but if you didn't get punched in the face every once in a while, you wouldn't know what it's like for your face not to hurt. Any incarnate position in the multiverse will have at least some version of this. And if there's a dimension in the multiverse that's all pleasure 24 hours a day all the time, I would also call that hell. They would be indistinguishable to me over a long enough period of time. Because if you've never experienced sadness, pain, loss, what is pleasure anymore? It doesn't mean anything. So no, I don't think that existence would avoid this. I think that I got news for you guys. This is something that was whispered to me today in my own gnosis, my own working, my own meditation. And I've been saying it for a while, but it hit extra hard today. You incarnated here for a reason at this time. That reason might not be to do anything. That reason might be just to watch. All the insanity that's going on right now is a blink of a cosmic eye. Even if you're just a materialist, this is just a blink. So you incarnate here to witness that. This turmoil. And this turmoil can go any way. It can go the good way, the bad way. In the multiverse, all of it happens. If you really hate Trump, somewhere he's been assassinated in the multiverse. If you really love him, somewhere he's the God Emperor, literally, with the armor and everything like Warhammer. Literally that is happening. So you've incarnated here to watch this. And you've also incarnated there. But right now you're here because right now this is what your will wants. In other words, this is what your will is deeming to be witnessed. Andrew says, why not just experience non-existence? It's not as if everythingness is bound to feelings like boredom or desire, right? What makes you think you don't experience non-existence? Do you sleep at night? Hello? Haven't you ever gone deep? Haven't you ever gone deep into transcendental meditation and found that state? It's right there. It's between every one of your conscious thoughts. If you understood it, you'd realize that you're always there. You actually dip into this, if you will. It's not that you have to choose. There's no choice. You're the divine. You do whatever the hell your will is to do. There's no reason. There's no limitation. There's no purpose. There's no requirement. It's just what it is. And all of it is bliss once you transcend this delusion of this is real. Transcend that shit for a minute. 1 minute in your whole life will change. You'll still have bad days, but those bad days are put into perspective. Yeah, Christian. I don't know if I want to incarnate in that one, though, because I'm not really super familiar, but I know that Warhammer is a grim, dark-ass setting. Maybe if I was some kind of a badass something, I wouldn't want to just be an average person in that world, though. That would suck. That would totally suck. I'm not even sure, like, which ones are cool or the good guys in that setting. That doesn't make much sense to me. I know that if I was a young something or other, that would have been my jam, though. If I was still like, like if I grew up in the era where that became popular, that would have been my jam. BW says, I think I agree if I'm understanding your words correctly. He says, true gnosis is the temporary death of objective consciousness. If by objective consciousness, you mean the dualistic consciousness that says me and, self and other, up and down, subject, object, completely agree. Absolutely agree. Having through chemognostic methods, literally reaching a state that I could only describe as an abyss where it's just awareness aware of being aware. It's not even darkness. It's not even nothingness. It was a trippy ass experience. It began with me feeling like I was melting in to reality. It was almost like I was a drop of water that had somehow frozen up in the air. Like if you ever drop water in and it does like that thing, I felt like I was that, or like a wave or something. I felt like I was a wave or something just smoothing out. And instead of feeling like I was expanding into the universe, I felt like I was melting into the universe here, and then here lost all meaning. And there was just some kind of unexplainable, unspeakable sense of being, but it wasn't existing in the usual sense. It was total peace. It was an absence of identity. There was no question of who I was because I didn't ask. In other words, there was no concept that I could be somebody. But it wasn't vegetative. It wasn't like I didn't know anything. It was just perfect silence and peace and existing in that, as everything. It was a weird ass fucking thing. And then, in the transition, there was thoughts going on. And as I went in and out, I had thoughts about it. And the deeper I was going, I even asked myself at some point, who am I? And I'm like, I don't know. I guess you died. Weird fucking thoughts like that. But they weren't thoughts. That's the other thing. They weren't like my voice speaking to myself like thoughts usually are. It was more of like an acknowledgement of an idea. See, this is why I'm trying to get you guys to understand that what I'm talking about, it's, if you penetrate through gnosis or samadhi, I think BW just said, yes, samadhi is another, it's related to gnosis. Gnosis and samadhi are different words for a similar thing. They're not the same, because no one knows what Gnostic gnosis was, because nobody was alive then that's alive now. We just know it was a state of ecstasy, ecstatic union with the divine. So it might have been more like what the Sufis do, like the whirling dervish, they enter that ecstatic state or something like that. It might have been more like that. But that's in the spectrum of samadhi. Samadhi is a more sophisticated, intellectualized, hierarchical concept where you have like, I think it's at least 4 different levels of samadhi. I have to look it up again. Depends on the tradition. And then you got like some that have like 8, some have 2, usually I think it's 4. And the deepest one is the one as far as I know, it's the closest one to what they describe as the deepest one, but I think you can go deeper still, I think is what they say. I don't remember. So I got pretty deep. I don't know if I hit the fucking, you are here and it's just nothing. I don't know if that is the deepest, but it felt the deepest. The only deeper I could imagine going is to not be aware of anything or to not be consciously aware. So you have to understand the absolute, the Brahman, the divine, God, whatever you want to call that. You can't rationally understand it. You can't model it, because such a thing it just doesn't exist in that sense. You can model its manifestation, but you can't model it. The manifestation is its model. This is as close as you're going to get, at least at this state of incarnation, to the real deal. It's just a projection or a shadow of it. That's the most you can see. But if you can see it, it's a lot like looking into the sun, because you go blind after a while. I was thinking this today. I was taking something outside. I looked up at the sun. I'm like, there's the black sun again. Because you glimpse the sun for a moment and the center of the sun goes black pretty quick. You don't have to look. Don't stare at the sun, guys. It's bad for your eyes. But you glimpse the sun, the heart of the sun goes black and the outside is radiant. Why is that? Because it's burning your retina. Like the cells are going, too much. Well, when you stare into your own divinity deeply enough, you go blind for the same reason. You can't stand your own radiance, guys. So when you go there, all that's left are the most fundamental essences of the divine. The fundamental essences of the divine are things like, and you'll notice most of these words are negative words. In other words, I don't mean bad words. I mean, they negate something. So God is timeless. God is spaceless. God is ineffable. God is formless. God is bliss. What is bliss? It's not feeling good. You can have bliss even with your leg cut off. Bliss is not, this feels great. That's euphoria. Bliss is something else. Bliss, you can have bliss in the middle of a fucking fist fight. Fucker! Bliss is not joy. It's not happiness. Bliss is like, that is like the drive. That is it's fulfillment. See, so the divine is blissful. The divine is serene. And again, what is serenity? What does that mean? It doesn't necessarily mean nothingness. It doesn't necessarily mean nothing's happening. Serenity is it's a deep word. What is love? A lot of these words are like you're touching the surface of God because you intuitively know what they are, but you can't define them in a way that's actually satisfying. If you ever stop, this is why semantics in philosophy can be important sometimes, because we get all hung up on the meaning of words, and sometimes that's a cheap shot in an argument, is to make a semantical argument that's just about playing with the meanings of words till you sound right. But semantics are an important question. What does a word mean? Well, what does up mean? Well, up has a very obvious meaning. That's up. Why is it up? Because we call that up. But what is upness? Ooh, now we're having a problem. Upness, the fundamental essence of upness, actually doesn't have a rational meaning at all. Because it needs upness can't exist without a downness, and downness can't exist without an upness, and neither of them can exist without a person in the middle to point them both out. So they're actually illusions. They don't actually have a reality to them. But thusness is real, but it doesn't have an easy definition. It is all thusness. You can't define thusness. It just is. You can't define bliss. It just is. You intuitively know what it is, but you can't articulate it in a way that's satisfying. You've got to use circular points. You got to use metaphors and allegories. What is serenity? People will compare it to peace. Well, serenity isn't necessarily peace. Not necessarily. Serenity can exist in the middle of chaos. Absolute, unbridled madness. You can be serene in the middle of that. How? Okay, let me give you an example. Take a psychedelic splash of color. Take every color of the rainbow and make a tie-dye splash. Bang. Okay. You got every color there. That's chaos, right? That's a cacophony of light, cacophony of color. Thorne, how could that be serene? Very simple. Keep zooming out. Create that effect. Splash, make a big splash of color, and make the canvas infinite in size. And now zoom out and zoom out and zoom out. You zoom out far enough, it doesn't look like a rainbow of color anymore. It looks like white light. It looks like serenity. It looks peaceful, even though it's filled with chaos. At the highest level, it looks totally serene. It looks like nothing's going on at all at the highest level. Even though everything's going on, it looks, it feels, it seems empty. So you can zoom all the way out. Andrew, if you want to pull out of the shit, if you want to yank yourself out of this, just do the right meditations. You can experience that and you can go, oh, I guess he's right. Why did you come back? If you've ever been to that deep threshold of gnosis and come back, that alone is proof positive that you will yourself to be here. Anyone says, I don't want to be. I don't want to be here. I can't wait I'm never incarnating in this planet again. Worst planet ever. Okay, chill out. Have you ever reached the deeper, you don't have to go the deepest, just reach a deep level of gnosis or samadhi, reach a nice deep level, and you'll get it. Because you're going to come back and go, I wanted to come back. It was my will that I came back. I know it is because I wouldn't have done it otherwise. I was in this perfect place, this perfectly peaceful place, or this astral wonderland, or this interdimensional playground. And I came back here. Why? In fact, I'm sure they're out there, but I've never met anybody who came back and went, fuck, I didn't want to come back. I'm sure they're out there, but for the most part, when people get to that deep state, they come back and go, oh man, that was awesome. And so is this. Like, it gives you a new lease on life for a reason. Because it's like you finally go, it's like, imagine you're a little kid that when you were born, someone put a VR helmet on your head and made you play a video game to the point where you didn't know you were in a VR helmet. Just like the Matrix. And someone yanks you out of it. If they yank you out too quick, it's scary as fuck and it hurts and you're dead. That's basically what it feels like. But if you come out slowly and you peek, if you pull the VR headset and you look out the side, oh, this isn't real. Oh, maybe this is a fun game after all. So deep meditation's kind of like taking the VR headset and doing this a little bit and putting it back on. You're not ready to take it off and put it down. You're just not ready. You don't want to yet. It's not your will yet. When I say want, I don't like the word want because it gets conflated with will, and want is an egoistic statement, but just accept it. Semantically, I got to say it that way. The divine is not trapped here. No part of it is trapped in this. It's convinced of it. That's a different thing. Yeah, samskaras. Yeah, I'm sort of familiar with that a little bit, Ajna. I don't put too much stock into some of these teachings, not because they don't have value. They do have value, but they're more of like the religion side of it. And the religion side of it is more about getting people to conform to a practice or behavior that sometimes is benevolent. In fact, one could argue that it always starts as benevolent and then sometimes becomes like a system of control. The nice thing about, Eastern religions is, especially like in like India and some other places, from a religion, they may be intolerant in some social ways, but at least in far as religion goes, they are way more tolerant than Westerners have been historically. So it's not really so much about getting people to I'm not saying there's no control there. There absolutely is. But when you compare Western religion versus Eastern religion, Western religion looks like a fucking prison camp, and Eastern religion looks more like, I don't know, anything but a prison camp. Even if it is a little bit of a prison at times, it's not the same thing, in my opinion. I know there's exceptions. I'm just saying from the 1,000-mile high view, looking at both, if I was choosing which religion just based on what the practitioners and people look and feel and act like, I'm going to be like, Western religion is bullshit. It's all about being enslaved and a good slave, whereas this religion talks a lot about surrender, but they don't mean surrender to some higher force that wants to control you. They mean surrendering your sense of egoic control and being free in that way. And oh, that's interesting. Now, I could see how that could be control because you don't have an ego, so you don't fight for yourself, potentially. You could twist it, but generally it doesn't look too twisted. They're not telling people that you don't exist, so therefore be a slave. They're literally saying just lighten up a little bit. Oh, okay. I like that religion. Yep. Yeah, maybe you're right, Ajna. I get what you're saying. It is a little bit like a prison. There's a reason they wear the orange robes, right? But I'm saying the comparison, though. If you compare it, like I said, from this external view, if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I know you practice that stuff more than I will ever practice it. But my view is karma is an explanation without a problem. It explains and rationalizes something that's actually not a problem, and it turns it into one. People who spend their life worrying about karma are never, ever going to transcend that karma. In a way, learning about karma is like the worst thing for someone trying to transcend it, because then you spend your life worrying about, is this causing karma? Well, anything you do for an egoic reason is karma. Anything. Because you think you're doing it. So you think that means that the story's not over yet. Right? This is why people, when they near the enlightenment stage, if you will, I mean the nirvana, the moksha stage of enlightenment, when they're near that I'm done stage, that's why there seems to be, at least in these traditions, the idea that all your past debts come calling. All your karmas come up to meet you and bite you in the ass. And you've got to transcend each one of them. Total deepest shadow work in the universe, right? Cosmic shadow work, if you will. But karma, you know, it's not that I don't think that there's anything to it, but the idea of karma makes it sound like the divine is trapped. It makes it sound like there's a rule that keeps God incarnate. And it's not a rule, it's actually a kind of choice. It's a willful decision you're making. You're choosing to fixate on this and not transcend it. But to transcend it, you actually have to enjoy being fixated on it. That's the irony. That's why people who become enlightened don't just poof and disappear. Because the point is not to stop being here. This keeps going and you keep experiencing it, but you're no longer attached to it. And you can quite literally slide around the multiverse. That's what you're doing now. You're sliding around the multiverse. It just looks like time is passing. You think that all things are happening. Nothing's this idea of action. Why is karma equated to action? Here, let me take it here. This is something you're probably not going to get anywhere in an ashram or anything else, okay? And if they disagree with me, fuck them. I don't give a shit. That sounds arrogant as fuck, but fuck them. In the essence of non-dual mysticism, or any of those non-dual-esque traditions, is an understanding that time is an illusion. If time is an illusion, action's an illusion too. Because your ego is all about action. It's all about believing you're doing something. So karma is just a delusion. Karma is just another level of that. If you believe that you have actions that cause karma is cause and effect. Cause and effect can only exist if time exists. So if there's no time, how can there be cause and effect? How could there be action? There isn't. So karma is an attachment to the idea of cause and effect. I must do this, otherwise, that's karma. You know what's not karma? Just do it. Just do it without any, just be spontaneous, intuitive, and do it. No reasoning. God doesn't have a reason to do anything. It doesn't need one. The idea that God must do this is absurd. If I said to you, God has to do this for this reason, then that's not God. God is never at the mercy of anything, not even itself. God is the rock that it could not move. And the only way it can have the experience of that rock that it can't move is to forget that it's the rock and try to beat itself. So it's delusion. Karma is a delusion. And everybody gets hung up on karma. I have too much karma. I have to be rid of my karma. I don't know if they got lied to or they got confused or what. Ajna, I love you. Brother or sister? I think you said you're a brother. Okay, thank you, because I know that... All right, full disclosure. I don't read these things. Full disclosure, the extent of my study into Hinduism. So maybe that's why your correction is important here, to be fair, okay? I want to be very fair with you because you're probably right and I'm probably wrong. I'm probably describing exactly the right thing, but I'm blaming the wrong thing. Does that make sense? Like I'm attacking what we see here in the West. And what we see here in the West is this new agey Hinduism shit. We don't get the like we see that fucking asswipe you know, fucking Sadhguru and all these other guys. We see this shit. We don't see the legit stuff, like the deep teachings. We don't see that part much. We see the superficial karma and moksha and meditation and blah, 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 blah. It's all yoga pants and rubbing crystals and sniffing incense and shit. It's all the new age nonsense with a little bit of the real shit, you know, contained in there. And if you know where to look online, like there's a guy like, I'm probably going to say it wrong, Arsha Bodhi Center. Can't think of the guy's name, but he's really soft spoken. He does fantastic YouTube channel from a very traditional sad boy guru. Yeah. Well, sadhu means something. I forget what it means exactly, but yeah. Sad ass guru, sad boy guru. I hate his guts. I have to tell you, I don't know what it is, but I don't like him. It's like, I look at him and I go, I don't trust you. There's something about you. Like, I'm not saying everything he says I hate. Like sometimes I listen to him and I go, yeah, that's nice. But something about him, I'd have to meet him and feel him out. But from a distance, energy to energy, something's off about him. I don't know what it is. I think he's a WF puppet. That's what I think. Or he's in bed with them. I mean, he's got like a mega church in India, basically. He's like a mega church leader in India. And again, that doesn't mean that all of his teachings are bad. It's just when I listen to his teachings, it's kind of like listening to a mega church. It's just, I don't care about a lot of that stuff. He's a shitty politician. Thank you. I'm glad someone, yeah, all right, I guess I'm not alone. And I also, you know, allegedly heard that he allegedly murdered his wife. There's a lot of alleged reasons to believe that. A lot of fishy shit. Look it up. It's kind of scary. It's probably why he's in the WEF or in their pocket, because they probably know about that and hold it over him. He loves Modi, though. Trump buddy. I don't know what that means. Oh, what? He likes Trump? He probably does, because a lot of people in India do. A lot of people in India are pro-Trump because, well, India is a very conservative kind of country, for one thing. India is part of BRICS, which means they're against globalists. And everybody in a BRICS nation knows that Trump is not a globalist, and so they're more likely to favor him, right? So I've seen that a lot. I don't know if everybody in India likes Trump, but I've seen it does appear that he's quite popular in India. So, and he's popular in Russia, and he's probably popular in parts of China too, because all these BRICS nations are kind of the anti-New World Order nations. And they're getting demonized for that. And they do a lot of shitty things. China is a place where tons of slaves are. Modi's the prime minister. Okay. You know, the thing is like, people are too, like, fasci's the new Nazi word. And I really have to ask where people are drawing their line between being fascist, being just conservative, just being traditional, just being a little nationalistic. Being nationalistic doesn't make you a fascist necessarily. Fascism is an intersection of nationalism and authoritarianism. That's what fascism is. Any form of government that puts limits on its people is acting tyrannical. Sometimes those limits, however, are pragmatically necessary, like when we want to prosecute murderers. So you don't call that fascism because you would call that justice. And sometimes what is pragmatically necessary for the functioning of a society is unpleasant or is not popular. And what makes fascism, you know, people throw the word Trump's a fascist. He's not a fascist. He's not even close to a fascist, not even remotely close to a fascist. Fascism in its proper definition would never be applied to Trump at all. He's a populist, and many fascists are populists. But that doesn't mean that that's what he is. But that's not, Ajna, that's not fascism. That's corruption. That's tyranny. Fascism has a very specific real meaning that is being bandied about by people who like to use it as a derogatory term for any politician that they don't prefer. Especially these days, it's a buzzword. It doesn't mean anything anymore. Its legitimate meaning is bad. You know, and there are real fascists out there. But being nationalistic or having, even if you don't like who they're favoring, it's kind of like, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm defending this guy. I don't know much about this guy. I'm just going to say, I don't know much about him. I know he's conservative. I know he's got conservative values. And I know that to some people that's unacceptable, which depending upon how strict and fundy those conservative values are, I don't get why people get so weird about it. It's like people are so tribalistic that if someone's a Christian in a conservative sense, even if they're a tolerant, moderate Christian, oh, they're a fascist or they're a, you know, come on. Here's the deal, guys. Every single one of you, me included, are the victim of disinformation and propaganda as part of a fifth generational war that's basically like a global civil war using fifth generational methods. You know what fifth generational warfare is? It is a developing new kind of warfare. It's actually been perfected, but they say it's being developed, that uses non-kinetic means to defeat an opponent. It's very asymmetric. It uses propaganda, it uses media, it uses infiltration, it uses basically all kinds of ninja shit, if you want. You could put it that way. It's kind of, imagine like a bunch of ninjas got together and said, how could we take over the world? Let's do it this way. That's basically what fifth generational warfare is. And most of you, and myself included, but perhaps to a lesser extent, are, you know, because I've been sort of aware of it for going on 12 years, 14, 15 years, I forget. I've been aware of it for well over a decade. So I have a little of inoculation against it. Doesn't mean I get it right all the time. I've been wrong plenty of times about who to support, who not to support, who to believe, who not to believe. I get fooled just like everybody else, but I have a clearer roadmap. I have a clearer context, but I know this direction is wrong or right. I may not know who exactly what, but I know like, okay, we don't want to go that direction because that's into the arms of globalist bullshit. When I say globalist, I don't mean it's bad to work together in a globalist sense. I mean, when I say globalist, I mean authoritarian assholes. That's what I mean. Who want to unite the world in world government. That's what I mean. Authoritarian world government, no less. So part of what we've got going on is a whole bunch of people who have been dumbed down by the culture and societies that we live in, intentionally dumbed down beyond what is reasonable. We're not talking about, you know, just some bumpkins who didn't go to school stupid. We're talking about people who are overeducated, who have been indoctrinated into a bunch of beliefs. You know, school is supposed to be about learning how to think and how to do a skill and how to function in society. It is not supposed to be about learning a point of view. It's not supposed to be about being indoctrinated into right and wrong or any of those things. It is literally supposed to be where you learn how to do things, not how to fit in, not how to make the establishment happy, not how to believe the right things, not how to be conformist, not how to be dogmatic. It's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to be learning how to think. You're supposed to be learning the trivium. You're supposed to be learning reading, writing, arithmetic, logic, critical thinking, all of that good shit. You're not supposed to be learning Hitler was bad and slavery was bad and white people were bad for this reason and these people are always good and all these little political agendas. And they are political. All these political agendas get shoehorned into education. In a private school, whatever, it's a private school, but in a public school, it's ridiculous that we allow that. Schools shouldn't be in the business of telling us anything except for how to write our fucking name and sign a check and get a job. It should be about pragmatic things, art, history, and not interpreting that stuff. Yes, that's right, Black Witch. It's supposed to be the parents' job. The parents' job is everything that schools are currently doing, and that's by design. Because their job is to indoctrinate as many people into a specific thought pattern as possible so that all they have to do to activate your zombie ass is to put something up on the screen that says, breaking, Trump is a fascist, and half of these people are going to go attack him without ever listening to what he says. You know, someone who says, I don't like Trump or I disagree with him, but I can see that they're lying about him, I respect that person. If you come to me and say, I would never vote for Trump because I'm a socialist or I'm a this or that, I get it. He doesn't agree with your politics. He doesn't agree with your positions. Someone who says he's a racist, bigot, fascist, dirtbag, those people are brainwashed. They live in a bubble of lies. They have no idea what reality is. None. You don't know what he is like, really. None of us do. I've never met the man. He's said some things that trigger stupid people, especially people. So one of the things that gets him in trouble is he talks like a boomer. He uses words boomers use, and they mean different things to them than they mean to Gen Z and millennials. So when he says Mexicans are coming across the border, that's immediately racist because you're not supposed to call them all Mexicans, for one thing. So that's the first bad thing he did. So therefore he must be a racist. That's just a term that was used. If, like I said, if someone comes to me and says, I disagree with him, I don't have any beef with you. I think you're wrong, but I don't have any, you're not my enemy just because you disagree about his policies. Because I don't agree with all of his policies. And this is way too political, but I just want to get this off my chest. I don't agree with, I want Ron Paul. Give me fucking Ron Paul any day. I will defend him until I'm dead. Anybody says like, oh, Ron Paul's a racist, because what did they try? They tried to call him a racist because something like 20 years ago, there was an editor that wrote something that was a little bit on the racist spectrum, and so they blamed it on him, and they tried to smear him with it. That'd be like me getting in trouble for something Fleshy said. Yeah, Black Witch is a good point. Why don't we call them what they really are? Elder, middle-aged, and young. Yeah, it's a fair point. Why do we break it down as Gen X, Gen Z, millennials, etc.? I understand. I do. Because that's just creating more division. You're not wrong. There's no hard line between any of these groups. You know, but the generational delineations, though, they are based on shared experiences. So like, you know, a person who is a millennial has an experience of 9/11 that is different from, say, a boomer or a Gen Z person. Most Gen Z people weren't alive, or they were infants when it happened. And most people who were millennials were just reaching that adult level when that was happening. And Gen X was already adult, but they were like young. They were like, you know, like they were in college or finishing college. Millennials were finishing high school, and Gen Z wasn't even born practically. So they have a different relationship to these events. They're collective. So like If you're a boomer, you remember Kennedy being killed. If you're Gen X, you don't. So, if you're a boomer, you remember the 60s, you remember the 70s, you remember all of that shit. And so the boomers remember shit Gen X does, but not the same way. It's a different way of relating to these things. So that's how they determine these generations is more that you'll notice that like certain generations seem longer than others. Like boomers, I think, is a bigger time block than Gen X is. And Gen X bleeds into millennial more than boomer bleeds into Gen X in terms of like, there's no boom Xer, but there is Xennial, Xennial, right? So you guys talk about the Dalai Lama. I don't know what to think of that. I know I'm supposed to be mad like he's a child predator. And knowing what I know, he probably is. So, I don't mean like what I know about him. I just mean allegedly, considering everybody, anytime someone says, hi, I'm an authority on something. In other words, like I'm a president, I'm a CEO, I'm a this or that. If they're a major figure in the world, there's at least a 50-50 chance they diddle kids at this point. Just 50-50. You stand even odds of being right if you think the Dalai Lama's a pedo, okay? Because it just seems like anytime someone's there with like, sitting on a throne somewhere, they like to fuck kids. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it, I know what it is. I know why it's that way. But a lot of people aren't ready for that. Scotty says nationalism was good up to a point, but that my country, right or wrong shit will get you lampshades and soap every time. I don't think you're wrong. I think that's a good point. And I think that's fair, but that's not, for example, what Trump's doing. Trump's saying my country's fucked. We need to fix it. That's the right kind of, so, okay. This is what I'm trying to get at. The globalist people in this world have learned that if they can color how you hear words and think of words, they got you. Being nationalistic, it's kind of like another word for being patriotic, right? So someone who says, I love America, it's my homeland, it's my national identity, I want to see America do well. You fascist fucking nationalist fuck. Like what? What's wrong? What? How's that bad? You see what I'm saying? How is that bad? So they change your perception of certain words. And it's not just an organic shift, because words do change over time. They just do, like whether you want them to or not. Although a lot of them don't, interestingly enough. So they change the meaning of words. And they don't just do it for political reasons, they do it for spiritual reasons too. And again, a lot of you ain't ready for this. Part of the Great Awakening, and not everybody's going to get it. But part of the Great Awakening is going to be to reveal a lot of this to you. Maybe not everybody. It might not come out in the open, but it'll come out enough that you can find it. And I'm really hoping that some of you guys that hate my position in these things, I'm really hoping that over the next 2 or 3 years, with the disclosure, so to speak, that's coming, which I'm pretty sure is coming. Like I wouldn't necessarily bet my entire life on it, but I'm willing to bet a significant portion of my clout that over the next, I don't want to be too precise in the timing, but the next 3 years, while Saturn is still in Aquarius, there's going to be quite quite a rebalancing and outpouring of truth. And I don't think a lot of you guys are ready for it. I think a lot of you guys are going to go to the usual sources and get lied to and interpret it wrong. And part of the war that's coming is not going to be physical at all. It's going to be spiritual, psychic, emotional, mental. It's going to be a war between people who see reality differently. Literally zombies versus non-zombies, or two zombie armies versus a group of people, like they're versus each other and then everybody else who's not a total zombie. Some people just got bit and they're not a zombie yet, if you want to put it that way. Asha says, my national identity carries with it an adversarial approach to the U.S. Sorry, guys. I've been in an adversarial position with my government since 2009. So get in line, motherfucker. I get it. Trust me. Anybody paying attention doesn't trust any government right now. I can't name one government in the world that I look at and go, they're the good guys. Government's never the good guy. Government's just the biggest corporation in a country. That's what government by definition basically is. It's the biggest corporation. And that's, yeah. You know, you guys really need to look up Yuri Brizmanov and his thing about subversion. You guys need to look it up. You need to understand how they pull this off. You know, they go after the youth with idealistic platitudes and idealistic, you know, superficial things. They'll come at the youth and they'll say, look at the wealth inequality. If only there was a way to have it so that everybody ends up with equal equity. Well, that's a pipe dream. It doesn't work. You're never going to get that. What you can maybe get is equality of origin. You can have equality of potential, equality of opportunity. You can't have equality of outcome unless you mean death. You want to know how you make everybody equal? They're plotting to do it. Again, not everybody's ready for this one. But when they say equality of outcome for everybody, what they really mean is everybody's in the ground. And if you don't see that's the end of their yellow brick road, when they say they want equality for everybody, that's code. Haven't you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that statement? We're all equal in the grave. Haven't you ever heard that? You can't take it with you. We all die and we all are equal. Everyone dies alone. We're all equal in the grave. Why do you think they press equality so much? It's like they're telling you, we're going to kill you. And you're all going to be equal. I'm not making that up. Learn to read between the lines. And even if they don't mean it exactly that way, they mean some people are going to be more equal than others, meaning them. This is why I do not give, individuals who believe in anarcho-communism, for example. Jen, probably, CM, who, if he's still here. Their perspective doesn't offend me. It doesn't bother me because you're not an authoritarian. You get a pass because it's like in my ideal civilization, you'd be able to have your little, communistic cities and shit. You'd be able to have that because they wouldn't be forced on anybody. People would be able to leave at any time. It wouldn't be forced. And so I don't care if you believe in a commune. I might even join you. If it's successful. I'm not an ideologue about capitalism. Capitalism just, to me, is the right choice. It doesn't mean that it's right for everything. It just means that's the one I prefer. It looks the most rational to me. But I'm not an ideologue about it. It's not my religion. Is communism your religion, though? Can I ask you that? For those of you guys who believe in communism as the solution, is it your religion? Would you be offended if we lived in a prosperous capitalist society? Like, I mean, a real free market capitalist? If you wouldn't be happy in that, I'd ask you why. Are you an ideologue? Are you a dogmatist? So when I have negative things to say about communism, it's mainly because that is what globalists are trying to sell people as what they're doing. They're trying to sell a communist agenda because they have no intention. Because those communist agendas that they're pushing require centralization. That centralization leads to authoritarianism every time. So they get the Starbucks Marxist on board because they think that this is some great endeavor to make everything like Star Trek. It's not. It's literally trying to make everything into 1984, you know, Brave New World, Hunger Games, all wrapped up into one. And you can have, this is why I say, even if you think Trump is evil, I prefer his brand of evil. I know how to beat them. You're not going to beat the authoritarian globalist control grid when that thing finally goes fully online. You're just not. Once that thing gets fully established, if we don't stop it now, we ain't stopping it. I can stop a fascist. I can stop that stuff. I can stop that thing, especially in America, where the rule of law, as long as they set up their thing within that, there's hope. As long as we're armed, so long as we have freedom of speech, there's hope. You don't have hope in a society that's going to take away freedom of speech and your right to bear arms, all in the name of this, that, and 6 other fucking things that are bullshit. And it's really exhausting to me because each one of these issues, you know, I can often point at someone and I know what their opinion's going to be because they've been indoctrinated. Scody just made a good point. Capitalism, and to be fair, true free market capitalism's never existed in any country, just like true communism's never existed. Neither one of them have ever existed in practice. America was kind of close when it first formed. It was a laissez-faire, it was a laissez-faire capitalist system. Not true free market, but close. It was getting close. It didn't last long. By the time of Standard Oil, that form of the actual capitalism died with Standard Oil. When Standard Oil happened, so for those who don't know, Standard Oil was it Rockefeller or Rothschild? It was Rockefeller. Pretty sure it was Rockefeller. Standard Oil happened, it became a monopoly. And monopolies aren't even bad in a true free market capitalist society because a monopoly doesn't have an unfair advantage. They just own too much. But they don't have in other words, they don't have government protecting them. So there's still the possibility someone could come up and do a better idea. It's still a fuzzy question. Like, I don't know. I don't know if we should have monopolies, but so when Standard Oil appeared and basically became a monopoly, because of the favored status that the president gave to them at the time. And so they got too big and they started attacking competition using government to back them. And they had an unfair advantage. And so they became a monopoly so powerful they could tell the president to go fuck themselves. So that created a crisis that required the government to be given the power to break up monopolies. And that was the end of whatever laissez-faire capitalism we had. Now, there are different kinds of capitalists and libertarians out there. I'm a minarchist, which means I believe in a certain amount of minimal government oversight, but I do recognize it's necessary, at least at this stage in human development anyway. You can't just let everybody govern themselves, because then just look at what happens. Human beings aren't evolved enough yet to not have laws or rules. So you can't be total anarchy. You need some form of governance. Otherwise, people murder each other willy-nilly. Not all of them. Still plenty of sensible people. So what ends up happening is we need, of course, like a little bit of safety regulation, food and drug, like, you know. In fact, I would take it a little further these days. And what I mean by that is I don't think the FDA should be telling people what they can eat or what they can put in their bodies, but they should be holding the holding a flame to the feet of these big pharma companies and such, and really make them more responsible for what they're doing. But what I would like to see, to be brutally honest, maybe it's not the greatest thing for freedom, but temporarily it seems necessary. I think all media should have its sponsors and its controlling interests placed right on the cover. Who owns Fox? Who owns the guy? What companies pay their bills? Are they state-run propaganda or not? How do we know? I mean, that's kind of like, who was it? The comedian who said that politicians should wear racing jackets with all their sponsors on them. You know? Black Witch says, us against them. I know what they're saying. It's true. My enemies aren't communists. I've never claimed, I might have leaned that way for a hot minute, but I've never believed that communists were my enemy. What I believe is that authoritarians are my enemy. And there's authoritarians. Authoritarianism isn't unique to any economic system. Any system of government or economics can become authoritarian or tyrannical or fascist or whatever your buzz term is for evil. Whatever your buzz term is for state-controlled evil, it's not unique to any economic system. People like to say, oh, capitalism's so much more evil than communism. Again, we don't have capitalism. And every time we tried communism, millions of people were massacred. That doesn't mean it's communism's fault. It just means every time a country said we should become communist, suddenly millions of people die. Why? Because communism, at least as it's attempted, is a smokescreen for authoritarians to take over. That's all it is. Communism in its true principles is just like capitalism. It seeks to try to create a system where people can exchange goods and services in an equitable or fair way. That's all it's meant to do. As soon as you make communism about making sure everybody is equally wealthy in some kind of weird pipe dream that's going to make everything better, that's not going to work. When communism is about just the basic principle, like this one thing that communism gets right, for example, that I agree with, is the statement, from each according to their ability and to each according to their need. I think that is a fair way of looking at things. Except when people say from each according to their ability, they mean we extract it. That's what most people mean, like the subtext of that statement. Extract what we can out of people and give to them what we think they deserve, what we think they need. That's where communism goes off the rails, because it's not specified clearly. You need to make it voluntary, without coercion. without force, then it will work. If communism's voluntary, it works. We've had this conversation on this channel before. And part of that conversation was everybody's communist in their family. Everybody's communist in their tribe or in their, close circle. It's only when you get out of that tribal circle, and I say tribal meaning tribal group. I don't mean tribal like left, right, Republican, Democrat. I mean tribal like we are all biologically wired to have a small tribe of people that we consider our people, our family, our extended family, our close friends and neighbors. That's it. Usually around 200, 300 people, tops. So in that sense, we're all communist. How many of you guys, unless you have a bad relationship with someone in your family, how many of you guys would you do what you reasonably could to help out a family member or a loved one or a friend? Every single person. And you wouldn't call yourself a communist, right? Is your mom and dad communist because they support you until you're old enough to support yourself? No. So all communism's saying, at least as a premise, is to see everybody in the world like family. The problem comes when you try to force it, to make it law. That's when it becomes a problem. Maybe instead of making communism a law, and if any of my commie friends are still here right now, instead of making communism a set of laws, how about you just make it a set of social, I don't want to say morals, like you get punished if you do it wrong, but like social ethics, like the part of the golden rule. So it's a social identity or a social idea, not an economic legal system. How about all of you guys out there right now that are bitching and moaning that we need to live in a communist utopia? Why don't you just start acting like you already do? Like, what's stopping you? I don't know of a single rule that will tell you that you can't operate your personal life in a communistic way. There's nothing stopping you from taking the better part of your income and giving it to poor people. Nothing. There's nothing in the law that says you cannot practice personal communism. So why don't you? If you do, good for you. If you don't, why not? What's your excuse? Is it because you want something from the world, or because you want to participate in a better world, or what is your reasoning? You know what I've noticed? A lot of people who are hardcore into especially centralized communist ideas, like they want a communist state, usually it's because they think they're going to benefit. That's a talking point on the right, but it's been my observation too. Very often it's people who they have envy. They look at successful people and they wish they had that success, and they don't, and they want to take it. Or it's people who are rich but never worked a day in their life, and they think it's all unfair, so they got guilt, but they're not about to give up their wealth. Very few of them do. Most of them keep that wealth and they just bitch about it. Look at that guy, what's his name? Hassan Piker. Rich as fuck. So it's not about money, and it's not about having money, obviously, because I don't think that's what communism's about. Communism shouldn't be about, and I'm not a communist expert, guys. Anyone who's like a hardcore communist who knows better, you can school me on it if you want. But communism's not about making sure everyone has the exact sum of money in the bank. That's not what it's ever been about. It's always been, at least in its heart and soul, about just making sure that nobody has to be homeless. If you want to be homeless, you can be. No one has to be poor. No one has to be without medical care. Look, I don't disagree with the premise. It's the method that bothers me. Like I said, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. It's not an irrational statement. That's actually a very functional society. But if you try to force it out of people, that's when it becomes a problem. And that's when it's always become a problem. That's when you get Mao. That's when you get Stalin. That's when you get all of this shit every time. I agree, Scody. In some ways, you're right. Although, you know, there's not really any new ideas. Yeah, Ajna, I mean, so Ajna says, so individual communism, bit of an oxymoron, I get it, would be more about culture, education, providing communal services. Yes, but here's the ironic thing, Ajna. That's actually been the role of, at least in the West, the church. The Catholic Church, you know, while it's not diddling kids, is one of the biggest charities on earth, with a higher return for its charity than most other charities have. I'm not sitting here going how great the Catholic Church is for that. I'm just telling you the truth. Once upon a time, everything that communism stands for today was actually normal in the minds of most people. In other words, communism was sort of invented to fix a problem that didn't exist in the minds of the average person, I think. I think the average person is in their heart agreeable to the fundamental concepts of communism. What they're not okay with is the forcing that most communist plans involve, the lack of voluntarism. And to be fair, it's not exactly like we live in a voluntary system now. So when communists are like, oh, we should change to communism, I get the point. Because we don't live in a very voluntary society right now either. So might as well live in the communist version of it, if it's working anyway. I can understand that line of reasoning, but I don't agree with it. And some would say, well, Thorne, you're not describing communism, because communism, that sounds more like socialism, what you're describing. You know, show me a system that is not about authoritarian control, and I will consider it every time. Show me a system that can't be perverted easily, because any system can be perverted. Show me a system that can't be perverted into tyrannical control without huge... I mean, that's why America was awesome, and still kind of is. We're down and out right now, but the principle of America is fine. America's founding principles are perfect, at least as good as we can get in the mentality that we have as humans. It was a system created to be resistant to tyranny because you had checks and balances. You had a constitution that protects human rights. And it's taken 250 years for it to go all the way off the rails. It's not a bad run. Can we do better in America 2.0? Well, we're about to find out. Y'all are about to find out. The question is, will America 2.0 be about freedom and, you know, rational populism, not fascist populism? Will it be about, or will it be about globalism and technocratic authoritarianism? Well, right now it's about globalism and technological authoritarianism, and you don't like it. If you like it, you're crazy. That's right, Scody. When you nationalize it, yep, that's right. And this is why I don't really, me personally, I'm not a communist. I am friendly with the communists because I'm a libertarian, I'm a minarchist, and I don't think that I have a right to tell you you can't be communist if you want to be. All I think is you don't have a right to make me a communist, that's all. I think that we should live in a society where the communists and the capitalists can coexist. I don't see why we have to be enemies with this shit. I don't get it. That's how I know it's bullshit that we're pitted against each other. Atropa says, what's the difference between communism and socialism? Scody says socialist communism for pussies. I was going to say socialism. Communism's kind of like socialism light, but I don't know, man. You know, this is partially where I sort of sign out and tune out, because my thing has always been human rights and freedom. And economic system is second or third priority to me. The only reason that they're important is because economic systems can become systems of authority and control. So, I direct my attention towards those that are the most free. And free market capitalism is the freest one I know of. But without some form of government oversight or some sort of mechanism to keep it from, you don't want somebody to become so powerful and rich that they become God of your planet. I think that's kind of what people have come to fear. Oh, I got a mouse in here. That was a weird sound. That might be what people have come to fear about corporatism. Like, we live in a corporatist society. It's not capitalist. People go, this is late stage capitalism. This has nothing to do with capitalism. What we're witnessing has nothing to do with capitalism, late stage or otherwise. I hate that late stage capitalism. It's such a weasel word. It's such a weasel term. Late stage capitalism. It's very weaselly. We don't live in capitalism in the West. Not in America. Thank you, Ajna. Ajna described it a little bit better. Thank you. He says, what we think about when we say communism is usually Leninist communism. Yeah, I understand that. I don't understand it in those terms, but I understand your point, because I know there is a difference. What the people that I respect that call themselves left or communists are people like Russell Brand, people who are, anarcho-communists. I think they're mostly wrong on some levels in some areas, but thinking you're wrong versus fighting you is two different things, because I know for a fact that if you guys got your dream of society, I'd probably be happy in it, right? Because you guys aren't talking about taking my freedoms away. You're actually talking about all the same things I'm talking about. So here's what's happening though. The powers that be, both the Trumps and the other side, because they want to win a war. You don't win a war without defining your side and making an us versus them binary out of the whole thing. You've got to dehumanize the other side. Now, Trump will be like, oh, they're all Marxists and they're all communists. And there's probably some truth to that, because Marxism has a dark side. It can be twisted into some wicked, especially when you apply Marxism to social shit. When you apply Marxism to, race and shit like that, cultural Marxism. Well, from where I'm sitting, that looks worse than fascism. Worse than fascism. Because fascism, at least it's wrong. You get what I'm saying? Fascism, is wrong. Fascism comes right out and says, we're going to kill you. We're going to commit genocide on you. We're going to blame you. We're going to do this. And they don't hide evil under fascism. Under cultural Marxism, they hide evil under a facade of compassion, a facade of helping people. But it just enables racism. It just enables division. It just enables control. It just enables dehumanization on a massive scale. It's evil as fuck. But because they decorate it with smiley faces and rainbow flags and all this other shit, they make it look friendly and inoffensive, and they attack all the right people. Yeah, no. So I think what a lot of people are identifying as communism is really just cultural Marxism. You know what I mean? I think that's what a lot of people identify. But again, all of you guys that I'm talking to who are saying positive things about communism, you're not talking about the communism I identify as the problem. That doesn't mean, however, that voting for Bernie or any of these other people or backing them is gonna be better. You know, we need like a complete reboot. We've got to clean house. We got to get the corruption out. We got to get the globalist New World Order types out. You get them out. You know, if everybody, communist and capitalist and Christian and Satanist, and if everybody could just stop for 2 minutes with all the division that they're going through, if we could stop that for 2 minutes, all right, maybe give it 2 weeks. We could stop for 2 weeks and have a conference and just meet without aggression and just be like, what do you really think? And then we'll separate ourselves into camps. And we'll try to do it in a way where you're not allowed to say the word communist or capitalist or any of these buzzwords that get everybody split up all the time. Just have a bunch of people anonymously saying what they think, face to face. We could realize we still have a huge amount of common ground, and we'd recognize that we're being fucked in the ass by authoritarians and other statist shitbags that literally just want to enslave you. I think that most of us would come together if you gave us 2 weeks of solid burying of the hatchet, white flag, just let's talk and try to find common ground. I think after those 2 weeks, we'd put our differences aside. We would identify who the problem people are. And then there'd be a reckoning for the history books. Call that the Great Awakening. I wish that would happen. I don't see that. I don't think that's Age of Aquarius. I think that's Golden Age shit to come. I think by the time the Age of Aquarius is really in stride, I think we're going to be in a Silver Age. That's what I'm hoping and what I kind of predict. But we got to go through one hell of a darkness to get there. I agree, Black Witch. Some people just need to sit their ass down. I agree. That goes on. That's not limited to one side or the other, by the way. I don't even want to touch the fucking Bud Light thing. That's such a... Guys, can't you recognize a psyop that's designed to get everybody up in arms about something that's not important? Do you guys recognize that? Like, are you guys divided over this issue? Do you care? Are you that offended either way? I'm not. I think it's a nonsense issue. I don't give a shit. The only reason they did it was to try to trigger Christians. And the only reason the Christians are getting triggered is because, they're getting triggered. I mean, they're just dumb about it. Yeah, boycott it because you don't agree with it. That's fine. I don't think they're evil for boycotting it, by the way. I don't think they're evil for putting his face on the thing. I don't think either side's evil for it. I think it's a fucking joke. It's all a distraction, right, Ninurta? It's all a distraction. They're distracting you from shit that's way more important. And they're actually this is what they're trying to do. So I'm not speaking from a factual position. I'm speaking from a clairvoyant perspective, shall we say. Call it a hunch, call it hearsay, call it allegedly. Allegedly, the FBI and other elements of the government often stage attacks on U.S. citizens for political reasons. If you don't believe me, look up Operation Northwoods, I think it was. Was it Northwoods? I'm pretty sure it was Operation Northwoods. Yeah, I think it was Northwoods. You know what? Let me Google it real quick. I think it was Northwoods. Yep. So look up Operation Northwoods. If you don't know what it is, a quick summary basically is they were going to stage false flag attacks against American citizens and blame it on the Cubans to bring us into war and do what we had to do. And if I remember correctly, JFK said, hell no. That's probably one of the reasons they killed him. So that's what's going on. The deep state, it's not like they got shot down once and never did it again. They got shot down. And then after they took care of JFK and everything, well, they're doing it again. And they've been doing it for quite a while. Probably, maybe even starting with Columbine, maybe. Allegedly, by the way. This is all conspiracy crackery, guys. Don't believe me. This is entertainment. Susan Wojcicki. I would never make up this information like this. I'm just telling you what other people say. So some people would say that they're conducting false flags. Is that the dog? Yeah, sorry, sweetie. The dog woke up my wife, banging on the door. If you want to close your door again, let me do it. 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. All right. So they had all these false flags going on, allegedly. And a few weeks ago, how many of you guys know what happened? Someone went and shot up a school in Tennessee, and they were trans. Now, this one, there's no clear evidence that it's an FBI or deep state false flag, but it sure looks like one. And when that happened, a bunch of people on the right who are bigots, let's not split or mince words, made a big deal about the fact that they were trans. Now, a lot of those people who made a big deal about the fact that that person is trans are actually not. All right, let me walk it back for a second. Let me step back for a minute. Have you ever heard of the way carnival barkers will have people in the audience who will start a cheering section for things? Like, have you ever heard of that? How, like, if you go to a carnival and they're doing like a sideshow, they'll often put people in the crowd that they can talk to or get to cheer or start booing or whatever. This way it gets the whole crowd going. So there are people on the left and right who are placed there by the opposition to be a bad actor, to be an agitator, to be someone who gets the ball rolling. So when that person shot up the school, there's a contingent of racists and bigots and stuff on the right. They do exist. They're a tiny minority, but they are there. Or they're a spectrum minority, we'll say. Some are really bad, and those are a minority. Some are just, small bigot and small R racist and all that shit. They're not like the worst. They're not like literal Nazis or whatever. They're just maybe shitheads. So those people got set off by the fact that this was a trans person. I want you guys to think for a minute. Have you guys noticed that whenever there's a shooting, one of the first things that happens is everybody starts checking their social media to see what political party they belong to? Have you guys noticed this? Have you guys noticed that the most important thing about a school shooting these days is who they voted for? or what their genders are or what their pronouns were? Have you noticed that, or is it just me? Once upon a time when there was a school shooting, we might ask why, sure. We might say, what were they doing? What made them crazy? Because people want to have an excuse for it. They don't like the idea that evil just exists. Nobody likes that idea. Everyone wants a reason for evil. Some people just suck and they just want to kill people. They just suck. Or they're in trauma and they're crazy. There's all kinds of reasons, but they're not always satisfying. But now, because there's a political war going on, anytime there's a school shooting, everybody wants them to be of the enemy party. This way you can smear everybody. So that's what happened. This person shoots up a school and the left is getting ready. When I say the left, I don't mean like common. I mean what America calls the left. So just relax. This is just semantics right now. I don't literally divide people this way anymore, but semantically you still kind of have to. So everybody on that left of the divide was salivating going, oh, we got another school shooting. We can disarm people over this. Trust me, that's what they're subconsciously thinking, whether they mean it or not. They wouldn't get this excited about it. The people who are anti-gun, every time there's a school shooting, they climb up on the bodies and say, we have to take the guns away. Well, the same thing happened this time, except this time it was a trans person. And so all the people on the right, when I say all, I don't mean all, but I mean all these people on the right fixated on that. Fixated on the trans part. And so they're all upset at trans people right now, which is dumb. That's one of those things where it's like, this is why I don't like calling myself MAGA or anything else, because it's like there's too much. There's too much of this on either side. Okay? I'm an independent person. I'm a libertarian who likes this guy and prefers this group of idiots to that group of idiots. Not because I think they're right, but because I can coexist with these idiots and argue with them and beat them. These other fuckers are going to put me in a control grid with fucking AI that's going to crush me. Evil. Evil. I'm going to take evil. So everyone made a big deal about them being trans. Okay, so that's kind of wrong, actually. That I think is unethical, and I didn't think that way. I literally wanted to, I've posted this before, and I'm just tired of posting it. You know, can we go back to like not caring about what religion and ethnicity and political party and gender they are? They're a piece of shit that shot kids. How much more do you need to know about them? I'm not going to blame a whole group of people because one maniac shot up a school. It's fucking bullshit. I mean, are you frustrated with this as I am? All right, so what about the Bud Light thing? So this happens, and the White House and all of these media organizations and all this shit came into the defense of trans people. They didn't say poor kids. They didn't say, because it was a Christian school. I don't know if you know that. So that also set off the right wingers because it's a Christian school. So it set them off. It's a trans person shooting up Christian people. To them, that is like, you know, making a bunch of Muslim people eat bacon sandwiches in a mosque. Like, you're literally turning on Christian jihadi minds. I know this sounds, maybe I'm saying things that are going to offend people, but it's true. The fundies are no different. Whether they're Muslim or Christian or Buddhist, fundies suck no matter what culture they're from. So it's pissing off the fundies. Why do you think the White House made such a, and these corporations made such a big show of coming to the defense of the trans community and not to the point where they're being insulting about it. Have you seen the rhetoric that's being said? They're calling Christians Christo-fascists right now. All of them, as a blanket statement. People wonder why I'm so defensive for Christians, because I can recognize a group when they're being targeted for deletion by a system that has the means to do it. I don't want trans people to be hurt. I don't want anybody, regardless of your, I mean, you guys know that about me. I shouldn't even have to say it, but apparently these days you do. Apparently these days we have to all wear on our sleeves how great we are. There, you know, when I was a kid, you didn't need to tell everybody you hated murder. It was just understood. You didn't have to tell everybody that you hated racism. It was just understood that it was bad. But now everybody likes to talk about how they hate racism and how much they hate murder and shit. It's called virtue signaling. It's one of the most egoistic bullshit things there is. Sometimes I do it jokingly, just for fun. Because I know I'm going to get a lot of play when I do it. So when they put Dylan Mulvaney on the can of Bud, I'm not going to say they intended to time it to set people off, but you couldn't have timed it better than if you tried. You could not have timed that better. It looks to me to be coordinated to do all of this in that time frame. So then you're going to say, Thorne, why would they do that? That sounds like such a dumb conspiracy theory. Why would they do that? Why would they think? What do they really want to happen right now? They need the right wing to lash out and be as violent as their own operatives, the globalist operatives who are doing the riots and shit over 2020. They want some fundamentalist group on the right to start doing acts of terror and reprisal and stuff to trannies and people like that. That's what they're hoping comes next, and it just might. And when that starts happening, you're not only going to not see me, like, I'll speak out against it, but I'm going to read the room, and if it looks bad, I'm just going to shut up. Because I'm not going to get myself killed. If the people on the right are stupid enough to do that with any kind of significant number, then I'm not, what do you want me to do? You just signed your own death warrants. The deep state, the globalists are itching for any reason that they can come up with to go kinetic against the right wing. If you can't see that, I don't know how to help you. They're looking for any excuse they can to bring the legal system and police and military down on the right wing. Or it's not even the right wing anymore. Can I be honest with you? It's not even the right wing anymore. It's not. It looks like it, but it's not. I mean, like I said before, when I say left and right, I'm being semantical. I don't actually believe in that. I think that most people fall into one or the other, but they, in their hearts, we all have similar values that transcend left and right. And the fact that left and right has become a matter of survival instead of just, I like this economic system and you like that one, but we both want what's best. It's now become, I want globalism, I want whatever I mean, you know, you get this crazy binary that's filled with hate and tribalism. And it's dumb. But it's how society functions, guys. Look, it was only, what, 150 years ago that we were sitting there with candlelight? We've only had the modern world that we know for a generation? We're still primitive. This is why I get such a bug up my ass about the scientific community and their arrogance about what they think they know. Because they sound to me just like the arrogant fools of the Victorian era, who had all of these certainties that they believed in, and then they were wrong. Humans are garbage in so many ways. And part of the reason we're garbage is because they make us that way. This is the part that makes me sad, is that it's not that humans by default are garbage. It's that the demiurgical system that we're in ensures that a lot of us become garbage. A lot of people would become garbage on their own, but a lot more people are garbage because society makes them that way, because it's designed to do that. What's up, CJ? I was just getting ready to finish my chat, actually. You're tuning in right near the end here. What time is it? Oh, yeah, it's definitely near the time. Identity wars, TM says. Exactly. You know, Wyatt, be careful with the us and them mentality you got going there. Be careful. Because you're not entirely right. You know what is right about what you're saying? For whatever reason, the people on the right are currently populated by people who are skeptical of government. That's the only part that they're right about. The whole thing about, conservatism and all this shit that's being packaged in with that is not what is intelligent. I know this because I follow these people. They have very fundamentalist views. They're intolerant in not all of them, mind you, but they lean in towards intolerance. Technically, I'm on the right. Technically, I'm considered on the extreme right. Technically, I'm considered a right-wing extremist because I'm a hardcore minarchist libertarian. That is considered right-wing. That's considered far right. To be a libertarian is to be considered far right. And that alone is enough to get me canceled, smeared, slandered, called a Nazi, even though every single one of my ideologies, every single part of my ideology is about freedom, equality, not equality of outcome, but equality of rights and opportunity to be treated as a human in society without any expectations that you're going to be outcast. Somehow, I'm a demon for that. Somehow, according to globalist propaganda, I'm a demon. Because I want freedom, prosperity, all of that. Being a libertarian doesn't make me a leftist. It could. You can have left-wing libertarians. I do think that's a little oxymoronic, but some of you guys who are your ANCOMs, you qualify. Libertarianism is your focus, and you think communism is the right way to do it. Fair enough. How about like this? This is why I prefer the political compass versus the left and right paradigm. In the political compass, you have left wing and you have right wing, but you also have authoritarian and you have libertarian. I am comfortable and tolerant towards anything that is pegged at the bottom of that. If you're full libertarian or within 2 or 3 steps of the bottom, you're good. I don't care if you're left or right. Are you libertarian? Okay, we can coexist. I'm not on the left, but I'm okay with that. You're not trying to enslave me. You're not trying to put me into a centralized nationalistic system that deprives me of things and redistributes my wealth. You're cool. You're not one of those guys, the authoritarian left, the Starbucks Marxists. And you're not the authoritarian right. the Christian fundamentalists. So, all I'm going to tell you guys, I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know how it's going to play out exactly. I want to stop the because I will say this, I don't like talking about politics much anymore, but it's like a train wreck right now. And it's people want this to go away, but it's not going to. And I think a lot of people, I've noticed that people's attitudes have changed about what I say. I haven't really changed much of what I'm saying. I don't know if you guys notice. A few things I've shifted a little bit. I've become a little bit more tolerant again, back the way I used to be before all this bullshit broke loose. But my opinions haven't changed really that much. I pretty much still say the same things. But you know what I've noticed? A lot of people who were calling me bad for voting for Trump 2 or 3 years ago they don't hate me anymore like that. Not for that. Because they realize that, hey, maybe Thorne had a point. I still don't like Trump, but Thorne wasn't wrong about this guy. Thorne wasn't wrong about what they're doing. Wyatt, you're not really wrong. Bullshit. You love it. Everybody does. Even the ones who say they don't. That's why we all do it. It's like Jerry Springer. It's a lot like Jerry Springer, yeah. Yeah, you're right, Maiden. A lot of people are fed up with politics, and they're right to be fed up with it. But the problem is, guys, don't you recognize when we're in a situation where being fed up with it and avoiding it is only going to make it worse now? I'm sure you do, Maiden, because you're pretty smart about this stuff. But I'm saying those people that are fed up with it, they're doing what's called avoidance behavior. They're doing, think of it like this. Pretend our country is a family. Pretend the world's a family. Pretend our country is a family. And in that family, one of the parents is an abusive, alcoholic, drug addicted piece of shit that's beating on everybody. And the other one's trying to stop them. And the family's split between which parent they prefer. But there is a solution that would fix the problem. All they have to do is get that offensive parent out of the picture into rehab or whatever. The problem is doing that's going to upset the whole apple cart because that's the breadwinner. That's for whatever reason, the thing they got to do is scary and it's going to take work and you're going to have to do something. You can't just vote it out. You're going to have to change something you're doing. We're going to have to face something uncomfortable and inconvenient. The hardest part for most of you is overcoming the egoistic urge to say that you were wrong. And I should say, resist saying you were wrong. That's going to be the hardest part. I had to do it 12, 15 years ago. So this is what people don't get to. Thorne doesn't like being wrong about politics. Otherwise, he'd agree with me. Motherfucker, I've been into this for 12, 15 years. And when I got into it, I had to admit I was wrong about everything because I was a hardcore, when I was younger, I was like, Republican. And that was dumb. By halfway through Bush, I realized how dumb that was. I was still a kid, so I didn't know much. But I had to admit that I was wrong about trusting society at all. That hurt. I spent at least 48 hours with no sleep just researching. You can ask my wife. It's like I fell on my knees crying once or twice researching this stuff. I didn't want to accept that it was real. But I couldn't see any proof that it wasn't, except the lies that I recognize. I know how to read a lie, especially from a fucking bureaucrat or a politician or a propagandist on TV. I can read them like a book. Why I never figured it out sooner is beyond me. But once I started to actually analyze, I'm like, wait, they are lying. Uh-oh. Whoopsie. That hurt. I had a dark night of the soul. Most people aren't going to go through that. Most people are not going to admit they were wrong. You know what's going to happen? I'm giving, 80, 90% odds that in the next 2 years, 3 years, Trump and company are going to bring it out. They're going to show the New World Order for what it is, at least a big piece of it. They're going to create all the excuses they need to do, probably cross the Rubicon and use the military to round these people up. I hate to sound like a Q-tard, but that's what it's shaping up to be. Like, the Q stuff isn't wrong. It's just been infiltrated with a lot of bullshit. I don't think it was fake. I think there's some truth to it. I'm just saying it. I could be wrong, but I think there's some truth to it. And I think that in the next 2 or 3 years, something's going to give. Military's going to step out. People are going to get arrested. Shit's going to go down. And a lot of the people in this country are going to have a moment of surreal, egoistic, soul searching where they're going to have to figure out how the fuck they let this happen. And you know how most people are going to respond? They're going to say, well, it wasn't my idea. I didn't think that Trump was a good guy, but, they fooled me too. They're not going to own it. In fact, I know one person in particular, I'm looking forward to when they tell me that they knew it all along, and they just, how they cope with being wrong, I don't know, but they're gonna. Some people are just gonna cope. They're just gonna say that they saw it too, but they thought it was Trump. They're gonna find some way of playing it off like they didn't get fooled. You mark my words. I'll tell you one thing, it'll never happen in reverse. It's never going to happen in reverse. That's how you can also know which side of history is the right one. When you know that it's not going to happen the other way. Because I'll tell you right now, even if it comes out that Trump's like an Epstein Island regular and he's a horrible person, good, fuck Trump. The movement keeps going. Because it's not about him. It's about getting rid of the corruption in society. I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep. It'll piss me off. Yeah, maybe I'll lose some sleep because he's like the point man right now, but I don't give a fuck about him. He's the quarterback. If he gets sacked, someone takes his place. If it turns out he was evil, well, good. Now I know he's evil. Now we can aim at you guys still. I'm not changing my target. You know what I mean? Physical manifestation of the Hyperborea mean. Now I got to look this up. What's the Hyperborea mean? Oh, brother. What is this? All right, there's a lot of them. I don't know. I see a lot of freaking Black Sun stuff here, buddy. There's some, that's some fashy stuff, some of that. What are we talking about here? The Hyperborean Incel Society. We are Legion. What the fuck are you... Dude, what kind of garbage you... What? Dude, you're going to have to link me. I don't know what you're talking about, man. None of this looks flattering. I'll tell you that. Dude, dude. No. Yeah, I don't know what you're referencing, man. I don't know which meme you're talking about. I don't see it. Black Witch says, what's your ideas on sex changes? Do you think there is an underlying mental issue? I mean, for one thing, it ain't my body. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I have been and will always be friends and appreciate my friends regardless. Obviously, I mean, Fleshy's not trans, but Fleshy's, LGB. and most of his friends are, and a lot of my friends are, and that includes trans people. And I can't imagine looking down on someone for that. Maybe when I was 12 or something, you know. I I think of those people as people, but I recognize that. I mean, I guess I align, if I have to be honest, I align more with the Blair White version of that. Um, but those are human beings that deserve our love and support, just like any other human being does. And you can say that's not very satanic to say that you. No, I think it's stupid to think everyone deserves hate. Everyone deserves humanity. They all deserve to be treated with respect as a human being. And if they're not hurting anybody, I literally have no judgment. You want to dress the way you want. You want to change your body, it's your fucking body. Where I draw the line is kids. Remember what I said before about how schools should not be indoctrinating kids with morality or any of that shit? It should just be A plus B equals C and shit like that. I don't want my school telling my kids about anything that should be taught by the parents. You want to teach the biology of sex? Fine, there's an age that's appropriate, and it's not 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or there is, but there's ways to do it that's appropriate, and then there's ways that isn't. You don't go figuring out a kid's gender at 7. If they're not sure yet, leave them the fuck alone. If they're sure, fine. They still could change. Hold up a little bit. Instead of racing to get them a sex change, give them a chance to figure themselves out. When I was 13, I thought what did I think? I wanted to be a knight. I wanted to be a knight or a fighter pilot. That's what I wanted. Would I be that now? No. We don't let kids decide college at 12. We're going to let them decide their whole ass gender at 12. I don't mean how they dress. I mean what their body's doing. Kid wants to dress in other clothes, go for it. Don't give a shit. Don't care. If it's their idea, who gives a shit? Soon as it's, I need to change my biology at 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope. Child abuse. Sounds like child abuse to me. The role of a parent is to help a kid in this situation to assimilate into society with the cultural norms of that society. In Western culture, there's boys, there's girls, and we can say there's trans as well. We can say a lot of other things, but the norm is that cis norm thing. Not because I want it to be, it just is. It's not because I'm sitting here going, that's the right way to be. See, that's how they twist shit. On both sides, by the way. People on the right are saying that's how it should be, and people on the left are saying you're grooming people by saying that's how it should be, and I kind of get it on both sides, by the way. But I get the whole point that, like, don't make kids think that it's better to be straight. That's never been a healthy mentality. But to teach a kid that society views things this way, as straight people are this and this other group is that. As an adult with a kid, I tried to raise my kid to not be tolerant, but to realize that all this sexuality is valid. But this is what societal norm is. This is what the biological norm is. And if you are that, then this is what that looks like. And so I put my best foot forward as an example of a cis male. But a cis male who loves, respects, and honors people who aren't that. Not special, not especially, not to a greater degree or a lesser degree. I don't treat my LGB friends any differently than I treat my straight ones. We tell each other different jokes a little bit. Fleshy and I will occasionally exchange little agenda barbs that are funny, cute little, friend jokes. Fleshy, what is this an agenda thing? Like stuff like that. Thorne, is this a straight agenda thing? Yeah, it is. Yeah. We have that relationship. We joke because we love each other as friends. So what do I think the deal with it is, though? Well, I will say this much. There's a component of it that is peer pressure. And this is something that I think I'm actually surprised that LGBT people are not more keen on. You can pressure someone, you can groom someone into expressing a gender norm for themselves that isn't normal for themselves. You can take a kid who's straight and through peer pressure, grooming, and other things, make them confused. And I don't mean you're turning them gay, guys. Everybody with your rainbow identities, relax. I'm not saying that. You can do that. You know how I know you can do that? Because you can do the opposite. You can take someone who is gay or bi or trans or whatever their internal reality is, and you can make them conform to your straightness like we did in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Any of the older boomer aged and Gen X aged people who are LGBTQ plus whatever know that for a time, people who were straight were forcing not straight people to act that way, to the point where those gay people literally would get married and have kids and would just think that they're just stupid, crazy, or whatever, and they would resist their homosexuality. What a horrible way to live. What a horrible existence that would be. My heart goes out to those people that were groomed to be straight, as much as it's going out to those kids that are being groomed to be LGB right now, because in 20 years, a lot of those people are going to be like, what the fuck? I was just a little curious. I might have been a little bi. I wasn't whole ass this or whole ass that. Or I was still young. I didn't know. I hadn't figured it out. I just was curious. And then everyone said I was gay, and so I figured I'd act like it. I mean, that maybe it's not happening to the degree that it happened in antiquity, sure. But it is happening. People who say you can't turn people gay, you're right. You can't make them gay, but you can, through peer pressure and grooming, confuse them about their own identity and try to conform to what everyone says is right. And that is despicable. And because so many people are paving the road to hell with good intentions, they don't want to, in their defense, they don't want to alienate and outcast LGBT people anymore. They want them to be accepted by society. Almost everybody thinks that way. A significant majority of people don't want to hurt people who are all of these genders and stuff. They don't want to outcast them. They don't want to do, they don't want to make them their enemies. They don't want them to be ostracized and all of this shit. They want them to be assimilated in society, be accepted, and to be safe. That's it. And if that means that little kids have to be exposed to different kinds of people, there's a right and a wrong way to do that. The wrong way is to be like, hey, let's take this kid to a burlesque show where half of them are drag. That's the wrong way. You're not showing that you're tolerant. You're showing that you're a pervert in that case, because it's a burlesque show. Now, if on the other hand, a kid meets someone who's trans and they're openly trans and they're in a scenario that is safe and not a spectacle, it's a normal, like you're at Wendy's and your waitress, is a trans woman, and they're open about it, and a kid, well, that's good for the kid. But taking them to a burlesque show where they're like putting money in G-strings and shit, that's insanity. And this is what I love about Fleshy. We both sit there and go, where are these people? I've never met them. Because Fleshy's like, I don't like them either. I don't favor them. They're not my tribe. They look like pedos to me. We hate them too because they make us all look bad. They hurt us. They hurt people like us. You're damn right they do. People like that make it harder for normal people. Let's just call them normal. You know what? Let's stop calling people LGB at all. Let's just say normal people. People like that make normal people look crazy. And they make other normal people crazy in response. Like I said, I don't want to speak too much for Fleshy. You know, he's got different views on certain things, but it helps to have him as sort of like a sounding board because, you know, and so many other people in the community, because it's like, you know, more people need to realize it doesn't have to be this hard line, left, right, binary of your LGB, your right wing, your left wing. We don't have to do this anymore. Once you start realizing this is all propagandistic bullshit, we don't have to do this anymore. We can start treating people like people again. Leave the kids the fuck alone. But just try to make sure that, I mean, look, it should be the parents who teach kids these things. But most parents are unfit to be parents these days. Probably always, but especially these days. Boomers were terrible parents. Terrible. The generation before wasn't that great either. The you know, the World War II generation, those motherfuckers were impressive. Nobody's perfect, but well-oiled machine. Yes, they had some things I don't agree with, but as parents, they were pretty damn good. My grandparents were awesome. But a lot of people are unfit to be parents these days. And they screw their kids up. And they push them into they push them into fundamentalist positions on either direction. And they, you know, I feel so bad for kids today because most parents suck. I mean, really fucking suck. Because it's us. And we're fucked up. Basically, I'm saying I suck, even though I was a halfway decent parent. People like me suck. Most parents suck. They shouldn't have kids. I'm not saying they should be prevented from it, but they shouldn't have kids. They're terrible people who don't know how to raise kids because they weren't taught how to think right. They're just cogs in a machine. And so they've turned over their parental responsibilities to government in the form of school. And that's fucking even more people up. This is why I keep saying that even if we turn things around starting tomorrow, it's going to be generations before we get anything remotely resembling a functional, prosperous society the way it should be. We're going to be playing catch up for the next 60 years after the last 30. People don't have any idea. They think this is normal. This isn't normal. When I say normal, I don't mean normal society. I mean something that is in line with nature. In fact, we haven't really lived in line with nature for a long ass time. But you can have a civilized space age technology that lives in accordance with nature. And I don't mean just ecological nature. I mean in a social sense. There is a nature to humans and how our civilizations should be. And we ignored that. We moved into great big cities. That's so against our biology, it's not even funny. We've moved into a world where it's all cubicles and internet. That is so unnatural to us. So what do I think is going on with this hormonal stuff? Look up Dr. Shanna Swan. And look at what they've done using plastics and pesticides and everything else. And then look at when they really started doing that hardcore, and look at when and look at the chart that shows gender expression. Look at obesity. If you look at those charts, you will see a corollary between when plastics and chemtrails, that's an iffy one, but maybe, we'll put that on the maybe pile. But definitely plastics, allegedly vaccines, all these things really became a big deal. And you'll see a correlation between our fertility, the rise of use of these things. So rise of use of these things, fertility. Rise of use of these things, gender expression being more and more rainbow. Some of that rise is because society has normalized it enough so that people feel safe saying it. We'll say that that's at least half of it, in my opinion. It's at least half of the people who are openly LGB now. That's not all of it. CJ, you freaking nut. He says, you're telling me the plastics and chems are making me gay? I don't know if it's making you gay. I don't think that that makes people gay. It might. Maybe it does. But it definitely fucks with gender expression. If it's fucking with fertility, you don't think it's fucking with everything up to that too? Oh, it's just affecting fertility. It's changing your hormones all around. It's making you fat, and but it wouldn't do anything to your gender or your sexuality at all. No. Just like cutting your balls off, making you a eunuch doesn't make you a little bit weird especially if you do it at a younger age. Yeah, right. Come on. I mean, come on. I actually asked myself one time if I was on that LGB spectrum, and it came out that the plastics and Nanerta BPA, that those things were why, or might have been why that I was on that spectrum, how would I feel about it? Would I be mad or happy or what? I suppose on some level I wouldn't care. At least I wouldn't be mad like you hurt me. But I would be mad about the fertility issue if I wanted a kid. It's an interesting question. If your parents chose your gender for you before you were born through artificial insemination using genetic modification, would you be pissed off at them? I don't know. You know, so it's a good philosophical question. CJ, I think the reason you have a big dick is because you're like little, so it looks longer because it's closer to the ground. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Kidding. That was a low blow. I'm kidding, dude. Love you, brother. Call him CJ Jesus. Dude looks like Jesus. Like, you should really do like more pictures of you as Jesus. I think that's freaking hysterical. No, Wyatt, I probably won't do one about astrology because as an astrologer, I'm very, very beginner. Even though I know more than a lot of people listening, I consider myself a beginner. That's a PHW. PHW. What's a PHW? PhD. That's a PhD area that I'm not into. Like I am a real, like, in IT you have the end user, you know? I'm like the end user when it comes to astrology. Like, I call IT and I'm like, my shit ain't working. And they're like, did you turn it off and on? Where's the button? You know, like I'm almost that bad when it comes to astrology. I'm a very beginner, very beginner. Um, but I'm interested in the classical version of astrology more than the current one myself, because the classical one's more about magic, and the modern one's more about psychology. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Atropa is more into astrology than me, but I kind of don't like the outer planets, to be honest with you. I don't know. They just, like I said, I'm not into the psychological astrology. I'm more into the astrology that has to do with, you know, doing magic and stuff. Like I'm more interested in that. And um the reason that I don't care as much is because the planets aren't causing things. And technically astrology is terrible for prediction. It's actually not about prediction. It's more about, it's like sticking your finger in and knowing which way the air is blowing, but that doesn't mean that a tree's going to fall on you or something. I do have a lot of trines, trope. I do. I've read people say that trines are good, and some people say that they're the worst thing you can have. And it's funny because if you ask them, the people who say that they're the worst thing you can have, a lot of times they don't have any. A lot of people who say they're great are the people who have a lot of them. I actually see how they could be both, because as someone with a whole fuck ton of trines, and I can see those trines in my life. In other words, I see what they do, because trines basically means you are, for those who don't know, trines are basically like gifts. And the problem is those gifts can make you lazy, or they can make you rest on your laurels because everything comes easy to you. There's a reason why everything, like I seem to be good at so much, because I am. And I am because an astrologer would say, because I have 11 trines and a grand trine. I'm basically a walking trine. Um, I've looked it up, and it's very rare to have more than 2 or 3. I've got 11. I don't know if that means I'm supposed to be able to pull swords out of stones or something, but it seems really weird like that. And it's in all the areas that I'm good at things. But the problem is, when you're good at all these things, you don't get challenged very much. And you don't necessarily like challenge because you're used to having everything just happen. It's pissed people off. Like I've pissed my friends off because they'll be practicing something for a while. I'll pick up the damn instrument like a flute or something, and within a week I play it better than they do. And then I get bored, and then I don't play it anymore. And they actually go off and do something with it. That's the irony. I get good at something very quickly, and then I get bored of it because I have ADHD. Like I pay for it with that. So I get good at something, and then I get stuck. They'll go off and make a great life, and I'll be here not achieving anything. It's really, really wild. So could be something to it. Astrology is like weather in a sense. It's a little bit like weather. I mean, I like the analogy of it's like a sign on a road. You know, when you're driving, I've said this before, and you probably remember what I'm going to say. When you're driving down the road and you see a sign, the little squiggly line that says, you know, sharp turn ahead, reduce speed, that doesn't mean you're gonna fly off the road if you don't reduce your speed. It just means there's a sharp turn ahead, and if you keep going at a high speed, you're at a better chance of flying off the road. So when Mercury's in retrograde, it's not that you're gonna be an idiot and speak improperly and technology's not gonna work. It means that you better be more mindful of what you say. And you should be mindful of your own inner voice more. Mercury in retrograde has, in my opinion, more to do with your inner voice, not with you being misunderstood on the outside. It's actually you misunderstanding others and misunderstanding yourself. That's what I worry about. Oh, Scody, that is a great comment. Sword pulling is the one thing missing from Hema. Oh, that's great. No, I haven't, Freighter. That sounds like an interesting question. My Zoroastrian, he says, have you ever look into the nature of the Zoroastrian calendar day and month in relation to your brother? No, I didn't. I never even heard of that. Oh yeah, Tropa, you can definitely change it. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially as someone with Libra as my north node, you know, I see myself turning more and more into a Libra all the time. My Aries side is slowly, it's never going to leave me, but I'm slowly becoming balanced by that Libra side. It's making me more academic. It's making more diplomatic. I'm less likely to attack now. I'm more likely to try to be diplomatic and fair. And you know, and that's not just because the sign says it, because I prefer it. Yeah. Wyatt says, let me give you a rundown from top to bottom. Sun, Saturn, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Moon. That's the order I put them in line with 7 chakras. Don't worry about zodiacs yet. I disagree with your placement of Saturn and Moon and Mars and all of it. So Sun is crown, Moon is third eye, Mercury is still throat, Venus is still heart. Those two are right. Mars is solar plexus, Jupiter is sacral, Saturn is root. I know that the one you just said, that's the popular one. And a lot of people put the sun where Mars is because the sun is equated with Tippereth, and that's basically your solar plexus. So I think for some reason, a lot of people put it there. But the sun does not work as the solar. Just because it's called solar plexus doesn't mean that's where the sun should be. Well, I'm not a Libra ascendant. I think I'm a Virgo ascendant. I'm Virgo ascendant with Libra North Node, and Pluto's in the first house. Yeah, for sure. CJ's an asparagus. Asparagus is I don't know. Do you guys know that asparagus makes you pee and makes it smell funny, but only if you can smell it? Like there's this weird gene that some people have, and I have it, where if you eat asparagus, it makes your pee smell like almost instantly. Like if I eat asparagus for dinner and then pee afterwards, like within an hour or longer, my pee smells bad. Like it doesn't smell like normal pee. And I can smell it. But did you know that if you can smell it, you make the smell, but if you can't smell it, you don't make the smell? Like my wife doesn't smell it, so she doesn't make the smell. Like I won't smell it if I walk in after her. But if I walked in after myself, I would. It's pretty weird. Oh, I see what you're saying, Atropa. Yeah. So we share the Pluto thing. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Yeah. So the symbolism for me, Wyatt, is the sun is the crown because the sun is the radiance which enters in the head. The moon is the third eye because it's what reflects the radiance. Obviously the Mercury is the throat for obvious reasons, Venus for obvious reasons. Mars is usually made as the sun in Western stuff, but I think that's wrong, because the solar plexus isn't about what the sun does. It's more about what Mars does. Mars is action. Mars is all that shit. Not necessarily violence, but it's all about action and directness and all that shit. That's solar plexus type shit. Jupiter is sacral for all the right reasons, and Saturn is the root for all the right reasons. Saturn is root because it's all about harsh reality, put it that way. See, Saturn's gets a bad rap, but Saturn actually has some of the best qualities. Saturn's just a tough master, that's all. Saturn's a real tough guy. Saturn is tough because it's all the things that reifies but also challenges our ego. The sun shines wisdom on you. Doesn't hurt much. The moon reflects things. Can be distorted, can be accurate, but either way it's reflecting. It doesn't hurt much. Mercury doesn't hurt much. Venus, it's all about that love. All of them have. Mars gets a bad rap, especially in Greek, Aries, because I think there's actually a cultural reason for that goes beyond what it symbolizes. In Greek myth, Mars, Ares is basically an idiot who's constantly getting, starting shit and getting fucked. And Athena is the popular one. Athena is the wise warrior, where Mars is the brash idiot. And that's the Greek myth of it. But the original understanding was totally different. Mars wasn't, Mars Ares wasn't that way. It wasn't the brash idiot. So I sort of walk back from the Greek version of that. But Saturn gets a bad rap because Saturn is about mortality. It's basically everything to do with mortality. That's why it's the root. And it's everything to do with mortality, harvest, harshness, limitations, and ego. But not in the leonine sense of ego. Like a lot of people say ego is Leo. The problem with that is that's Leo is more about it's arrogant as fuck, or at least that's its dark side. But that's not, ego and arrogance go hand in hand, but they're not the same thing. So they do get a lot of difficulties. But Saturn is really the ego. This is why, if you look at the mythology of Zeus defeating his father Time, Cronus, Saturn, Jupiter conquered mortality. He conquered his ego. He conquered, because ego and mortality go hand in hand. You kind of don't have one without the other. You cannot be a mortal being incarnate without at least a little bit of ego going on. And if you're an enlightened being, then your ego is in alignment with your divinity. And so therefore its ego is no longer disturbing the river, so to speak. It's not floating downstream like a dead thing. It's more like a fish that's decided to swim upstream, but is in line with that stream. So it doesn't really disturb the river anymore. But an ego that is out of alignment is like a fish turned sideways, and it's trying to cross the river and it's getting swept away. That's mortal ego, not enlightened ego. And Saturn is that fish tiring out and just and getting swept downstream. So conquering Saturn is kind of the goal of metaphysics. If you do astrotheurgy, Saturn is the final boss. Saturn is the demiurge. Saturn is the Ouroboros at the end. If you look at the map of the planets in astrotheological systems, It's the final planet because it's the last one you're supposed to cross. It's the final boss. And if you look in your Kabbalah, dun, 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 look in your Kabbalah, Saturn is Binah, right? Yep, Saturn is Binah. And it's kind of like one of the final bosses before you get the Chokmah Kether. It's a tough bitch. Freighter Satanil, when we're talking about ego, at least when I talk about ego, I don't mean arrogance. A lot of people in colloquial terms conflate the two, and they are easily conflatable, yes. You don't get arrogance without some ego, right? But they're not the same thing. Ego, you can be egoistic and be totally humble, right? Humility and ego are not opposites. Humility is actually a form of pride, because most people, when they're acting humble, they're doing it on purpose as a show so that they can feel good about themselves. Ego, you got ego, right? That's so, you don't need ego to be good at anything. But if you're mortal and incarnate, you have ego going on. Ego is an illusion, right? It's a habitual behavior. It's a habitual belief. And when you enter certain states of gnosis or whatever, ego is discarded because you transcend that identity of self to such a degree that you no longer identify with that identity. And so ego gets swept away. There's no ego to worry about. You're just observing. And that is an egoless state, if you will. But to be incarnate is to be a participant. And that's where the ego starts to come in, because you're participating in it in such a way that you're invested in it. And so you think that you exist as this thing, but you're not. You're just, it's sort of like, ego is sort of like playing a video game and believing you're your hands or you're the guy on the screen. That's ego. And forgetting that you're this thing instead. And the thing that you really are is egoless, because it's everything. The thing you really are is the divine itself. And you're only pretending to be this for a little while. You're, as they say in the New Age circuit, and I agree with this statement, you're a multidimensional being having a human experience. Fair enough. So you're this multidimensional being, and you're all beings, really, which is this multidimensional being that is experiencing humanness. And experiencing humanness requires a reduction or an ignorance, not ignorance, but an ignorance of your divine nature. You must suspend a portion of your omnipotence, your omniscience, and all of that to believe that you're here. And that belief that you're here now as this, that's ego. So ego really doesn't have anything functional other than that it is a belief that you are that you are this. You can actually be egoistic about your divinity. Most of the time, that's what I'm doing, not intentionally. It's just when I'm talking to you guys about being God, that's my ego talking. God never says I'm God, okay? And means it like that. That's not something necessarily that God doesn't have to do that, because who's he going to tell it to? Or she or it? Who's God going to tell it to? Themselves? I'm God. Well, I'm glad I got that established. It's ridiculous. So God is egoless. To be a personified being means to have ego. And so that's what ego is. In the spiritual sense. Colloquially, ego and arrogance are like this. They go together like this, but they're not the same thing. You guys want to know something cool? And you brought up lead and gold, Freighter. Lead is Saturn. The idea is to transmute the lead into the gold, right? So you're trying to get your root chakra. You're trying to get the kundalini, the energy, the root, the malkuth, whatever. You're trying to get all this shit up into the solar. You're trying to get it all into the light. You're trying to get, because the element of the sun is gold, and the metal element of Saturn is lead. Again, it's interesting because a lot of people don't know that Aquarius is a Saturnian sign. A lot of people say it's got Uranus in it now too, but classically it didn't. It was just Saturn. And the powers that be are Saturnian harvest death cult people in a lot of cases. And they see there's two ways the age of Aquarius goes. This can be an outpouring and a harvesting of that out. It can be a great time. Or it could be an outpouring of death and a harvesting of death. It's really two ways to look at a harvest. If you're the food, harvest sucks. If you're the one eating, harvest is awesome. That's why they are going into a great culling season by the 2040s, I'm sure. 2040s, 2050s. All right, guys, I'm losing my voice. But I just want to double down. The signs and the evidence is compelling. And I am currently convinced that if you trust my wisdom at all about anything, and it is in your means to do, every single person listening to me who is in that state of mind. Thank you, Alpha. I didn't say hi to Alpha. Alpha, I've been watching you, reading you the whole time. For some reason, I didn't say hi. Hi, Alpha. Alpha's cool. She came to meet me at the club one time. We're going again soon, by the way. You should come. In fact, I should do another yearly get-together soon. What do you guys think? Should I do one this year coming up? Should I make a big stink of it like last year? That'd be fun. Anyway, everybody listening to me who thinks I'm wise and not just a lunatic, if you think what I'm saying has merit, and you haven't already, and you have it within your means, before this year is up, I highly recommend that you have at minimum a month of food for everybody in your house. That's a minimum. That's not an optimal. That's not a recommended. That's like, it's a minimum. You want a year's worth of food for everyone in the house. You want to have some lead, if you get my drift. You want to get an alternative means of communication so that you don't get completely cut off. Because this is what's coming. As everything breaks down more, you're going to get communication blackouts. They're going to do that on purpose because look at what just happened. You just had this big release of stuff from the Pentagon that wasn't leaked by anybody except the deep state. They leaked that or allowed it to be leaked because they're going to use that as a precedent to crack down on internet free speech. Because they're going to say, look at where it was released. It was released on Discord or whatever it was, 4chan. I think it was Discord. It was released on these public boards, and we need to have more control over the internet so this never happens again. And so what you're going to see is they're going to try to push this as far as they can. They're going to try to do it with the Restrict Act. That's probably going to fail. But when push comes to shove, the government has an internet kill switch that it's going to use. It's always been there. They put it in under Obama. Pretty sure. And if they didn't put it in officially, it's in there unofficially. And when all of this crap starts to come out more and more, it's already coming out a lot, but it's still not. If you think the deluge that we've been getting already of truth about these people, you wait until the real outpouring begins. And even that's only going to be a fraction. It's going to be the prime cut, but even that's just going to be the fraction. It's inevitable. Win or lose, it's coming out. In other words, Trump or not, doesn't matter who wins in the next few years, it's coming out. It has to. Because too many people in too many high places of power want it to come out to destroy other people in high places. It's coming. Buckle the fuck up. So they're gonna, when this stuff really starts to hit, there's a really high probability that they're going to either completely or selectively shut off communications, especially the internet. And the corporations that run Facebook, YouTube, I'm sure Twitter will hold out a little bit, but I don't think if they pass laws and do, I'm sure Elon's going to capitulate too. Maybe he won't, but he's been doing a lot of the right things, but he's still a billionaire and he's still got stuff to lose. So even if he's a good guy, which I don't know if he is, but even if it's a good guy, they're gonna shut him down too. So have alternate means of communication set up. Make sure you're tuned into alt media. Make sure you have access to a VPN if you don't have it already. You may have to use a VPN. You may have to VPN your ass to fucking, I don't know where, some third world country to see American news that's not American news. You know what I mean? To see independent news about America. It's going to get crazy. That's a big one, is that communication thing. Will it happen? There's no guarantees. Is it probable? Absolutely. It's 80, 90, maybe even 99% likely that it's coming. You want to make sure that you are prepared for lights out. Brink of World War III, nukes flying. I don't think nukes are going to fly. And if they do, it's going to be like one or a very limited strike by somebody on somebody. Maybe it'll be in Russia. Maybe it'll be in Taiwan. I don't know. But the idea of a mushroom cloud somewhere on the horizon in the next 3 years is not an impossibility. And it doesn't even have to get that far. It just has to get up to that point. It doesn't even have to get that far. It doesn't even have to go boom. It just has to get to that point, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's just got to get to a point where all hell's breaking loose. Everyone's petrified. Everything shuts down worse than COVID. And according to the Christians, that's when the Antichrist, Trump, is going to step forward and negotiate peace. That's what a lot of people are predicting, not just me. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. But that's the current, like, you know, what a lot of people are anticipating. I'm just telling you what people are saying, what I see, and what I think is possible. I'm not saying what will happen, okay? I don't do that. I do weather forecasts. I don't do absolutes, okay? Dollar is going to get unplugged. So you better have, at minimum, some digital currencies. I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm just telling you, like, from a preparedness perspective, you should have diversified assets. And I'm not giving you financial advice. I'm saying it to myself. Allegedly, I've heard you should have diversified assets. Believe it or not, gold is not optimal, in my opinion, for myself. That's more of a government commodity. I prefer, personally, silver and digital. Silver's terrible for investment. It's always been terrible. But tends to be more easy to deal with. And it tends to be easier to hold because you can buy silver coins easily. You can buy silver jewelry. You can buy all this stuff easily. That's almost at spot cost if you know where to get it. You buy low, and you're even better off. And you don't need a ton of it, but we are looking at the very real possibility. It's going to be a controlled collapse of the dollar, but it's going to hurt. Even people who are prepared for it, it's going to hurt. I don't think it's going to be wheelbarrows of money to buy loaves of bread bad, but I do think it's going to hurt bad, especially if you're not prepared for it. If you're poor, it won't hurt you that bad. You're already poor. You know, you can't get blood from a stone. Like, I'm on the poor side. So if it happens, the little bit of savings I have gets wiped out, and it really sucks. And I probably cry myself to sleep for a few days, but I'll live. But if I was like rich, it would really suck. Well, the two people that aren't hurt that bad by this coming shit are the very poor and the very rich. Those two groups will probably be fine, because the very rich, they'll lose a lot, but they'll still have a lot. And the very poor won't have anything to lose, so they're not going to be any worse off than they are now. But everybody else in the middle is going to be hurting, right? So I personally like silver. I would use a little crypto too. And when they come to try to push the central bank digital currencies, whatever country you're in, you say hell no. Whatever way they give you to voice yourself, you say hell no. I don't care if you got to go out and picket. I don't care if you got to go out and tie yourself to a bumper. Hell no. Because that fucker, that is the single most dangerous thing that they are planning right now. Central bank digital currency is literally the mark of the beast out of the Bible. That's not a fundy speaking. That is someone who knows their game plan. It is literally the end of human civilization as we know it. The minute that goes online, if it gets adopted by any country that adopts it, is they have basically crossed the Rubicon into total fascism and authoritarian. They've basically just screwed themselves. It's over. Because they will control, maybe not right away, it may take them 10 years. They will control you with it inevitably. That's the whole reason they want to do it. So get your ass as far from that. Get your ass into anything you can to get you away from that. And it'll start innocuous, very innocuous. But they will eventually make it so that you posted the wrong thing on the internet. Sorry, you can only access your money for essential things like food. Sorry. I know you got to pay your rent, but you posted that you voted for Donald Trump. We can't have that. That's coming. Yeah, I know. Cash App I do use, but I don't use PayPal anymore because of their shit. And I mean, I still have it, but I don't really use it. You know, I try not to. So, yep. Anything Europe is doing, I feel so bad for my friends in Europe. People in Europe, man. They're not going to make it out of this. I'm just saying. You guys are going to be just worse and worse and worse until you guys do something about it. Maybe the UK will miss some of it. Maybe France will miss a piece of it, but maybe Italy. I don't know. If you're in the EU, if your country's in the EU, I would think about getting out. Drone simulation video. I don't know. Maybe I skipped it. Maybe I saw it. I don't see it. I'm also a little tired. I might not be looking in the right spot. Yeah, maybe tag me in it, CJ. Maybe I just missed it. So I'm just telling you guys, like, it may happen, but I'm like a canary in the coal mine right now. Shit's coming. I've been saying it for 2 years, but Every time I say it, it's more likely. You know, when I started saying it, it was like 30%, it's 40%, 50%. I'm like 60, 70% that it's going to be very soon. And it just keeps going up. Do I think most of humans will be wiped out eventually? But that's just normal. No. What's up, El Jefe? I think that it's inevitable at this point that due to the fertility thing that they've done to us, by the 2040s, their Malthusian agenda will at least halfway come true. At least halfway. By the year 2100, or a little bit after, we will definitely be a 4 billion population or something like that. Whether they do anything more or not. If we take back over everything right now tonight, and we fix everything immediately, there's still enough hormone fucking bullshit in our environment that fertility is irreparably damaged for the next 100 years easily. Just saying. In fact, their solution is to render most of us infertile by that, and then they have drugs and solutions that will fix that, or allow them to put babies in pods or something. They'll have a way so that humans will still be able to procreate, but it'll be through state-funded or hospital or corporate means. That'll be 2050s, 2060s, if they get their way. If we stop them now, a lot of that'll still have to be done. Exactly, Freighter. Exactly. They say U.S. birth rate is already flatlined. If they lower the sperm count much more, we will have to go to the state to reproduce. Exactly. That is exactly what they're doing. The whole Alex Jones, they're gonna, you know, hit us with nukes and shit. No. That doesn't fit their MO. I don't know if they want to make us Adam, because Adam Kadmon is the macrocosmic man. That's the divine. That's the, you know, that's everything above the Tippereth. Like that's the cosmic man. I don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. It's possible. I know they want to make most people drones, so you might be right. Although I always see Adam Kadmon as the great whatever. So if they want to make me like God, that's cool. I don't mind that. But yeah, you could be right. You could be right. They want to make us all basically drones that rely on them for everything. And the thing is, they want a breakaway civilization. They kind of want to repeat what happened before or around Atlantis. That's kind of what they're trying to do. That's what I think they're trying to do. I think they're trying to, you know, just like with Atlantis, there's a bunch of hubristic fucks that want to control everything, and they see themselves as a breakaway species, and to a degree they might be. Let's be honest. They have things we don't. They have access to esoteric secrets we don't. If you think that Middle Age, you know, that Middle Ages era grimoire that you have is top of the line magic, you're crazy. That's, you know, whatever you think their technological superiority is, you have no idea what their magical superiority is. No idea. If you think they're still working with the shit that we are, nah. They've space aged that shit. So what they want to do is they want to have, one of the things that's interesting is that it's almost like they want those of us who are passing this great IQ test that's going on right now. It's almost like they want us to survive and their minions to die. That's the irony of it, is all these people that are all gung-ho for this globalist utopia are probably going to be the first ones to die when they get it. And it's probably going to be us cockroaches that are survival minded, that are smarter and can adapt and resist. they probably want us. Just, I know that sounds crazy, but you got to think like the kinds of people that pull these kinds of strings. Okay. They probably, this is like a great crucible we're going through, right? It's like a great big IQ test. And the people that are failing it, they are swallowing all the Kool-Aid with all the BPA in it. They're doing all of that. Their bloodlines will probably fail, will probably end. Not by choice like mine, but by them doing it. If you look, which group of people is procreating more? It's not the urban Starbucks swilling, you know, Biden's voters. They're lucky if they have one kid. They hate kids in a lot of cases. They think it's, you know, they want to be 40 before they have a kid. Meanwhile, you get all these conservative types, and they're like, kid. Interesting. Because actually, one of the things that's being shown is demographically, it's inevitable for the conservatives to take over. Because the people, these urban, call them liberals or whatever, these urban liberals aren't having kids. So the conservatives are taking over. So I think they do want, you know, people of intelligence and physical resilience. So it is a eugenic thing, like Frater's saying. I think it is I think they're still doing eugenics. They just got smarter about it. Instead of putting people in ovens and shit, they're just using fertility destruction. And they are creating scenarios where only the strong, maybe Trump's in on it, guys. Like, I've been telling you this for a while. As much as I support him, I'm not blind to the fact he could be in on it. It's very possible he could be in on it. He's playing the good cop, you know? As much as I am siding with him, I'm keeping my eye on him. I want to see where this goes. I'm ready to pull my support and help and all that the minute, and I'll take the egg on my face. I'll be like, I was wrong, sorry. He fooled me. But if they get their way, they want a stratified civilization. And they want their drones to be helpless. You know? Trump is a Knight Templar. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Look up his uncle and Tesla. He spoke very highly of his uncle the other day on a Tucker program, actually. It's very interesting. He brought up his uncle. The uncle that was from MIT, the uncle that had dealings with Tesla, the uncle that supposedly was instrumental in stealing most of Tesla's secrets and giving them to the government. That's why I say, one way or the other, Trump is connected. That's why they don't kill him. They either can't or they're not supposed to. It's either built into their little, you know, spooky cabal rules that they can't kill him, or they literally can't because he's got stuff that prevents it. You know, dead man switches, mutually assured destruction, shit like that. He's not just some businessman. He's a spooky motherfucker. Just, he's better at being a spook than they are, because he's slid under the radar in ways that they couldn't. I don't think that it's a chance that they picked him. I don't think that it's because he's the rich billionaire who wanted to save the earth. I think that he's always been deeply connected, his family, with a lot of whatever's going on. Is he Illuminati or is he the good guy side? I don't fucking know, right? I don't know the content, but I know the context. The context is he's representing another faction of the same elites that, so There's the elites, the Lites, Lites, the elites, who are the real hidden masters of the planet. You'll never know their names. You'll never meet them. You'll never hear about them. On paper, they're not rich, but they own the rich people. You know, people think Soros is at the top. He's not at the top. Don't kid yourself. Rothschild, Rockefeller, they're not at the top. They're just the Bill Gates and the you know, Elons and whatever of the last generations. They're the managers. They're the front managers. They're the CEOs, but they're not running the show. They're owned by somebody else. So Soros gets all the blame. That's by design. The Rockefellers, Rothschilds, the royal family, they all get the blame. They're not the elites. They're not the hidden masters. They're the ones who do the bidding and are the public face, the second, third layer down from the top. You're never, yeah, they're like middle tier, right in there. They're like middle tier or upper, you know, or lower top tier. They are not the ones pulling the strings. I mean, they're pulling the strings, but they have strings that are getting pulled too. They're just really high up there. And the hidden masters is a term that I came up with. And I do believe that they might even be some ancient aliens, fucking, you know, not literally aliens, but maybe, you know, like Atlantean people type shit. Like they might be either bloodlines from that, or they might be, you know, because don't forget, the Bible in almost every culture has this thing where human lifespans got decreased somewhere along the way. I think there's some that probably live 1,000 years or more. I you know, I'm not saying it's definite, but I'm saying if that comes out to be true, maybe. Yep. Like that's in the probably maybe pile, not the definitely not pile. That's in the probably maybe pile. But the hidden masters, they're not evil. They just don't look at humans as equals. They look at humans like, according to the spooky conspiracy shit that I buy into, they are like humans looking at chimpanzees that they use genetic modification on to make it so that they could use a computer or something. You know? Like they look at us as distant relatives that are dumb. And for the most part, that's true. But whatever they did in the past, they juiced us up a little too much with that blood of, I'm tired, so I can't think of his name. Kingu, the blood of Kingu, so to speak. They juiced us up a little too much with the blood of Kingu. Thank you, Enki. And some of us have a little too much sauce, we'll say. And we're a little too equal to them. A little too close. Not close enough, but close enough to disturb them. And that's how you get, you know, the Nephilim and the destruction of everything because of that and shit like that. But some of them are benevolent and some of them are power mad. And what's going to, what I think is happening is, see, they do work through astrology. They work through all these things. That's, you know, like Graham Hancock talks about this prior civilization that was very advanced, but they're also very spiritual, maybe even having access to things we would think of as magic. Okay, I think that's completely true. Either because it's technology so advanced it looks like magic, or it's literally a form of magic of some kind. something we would call it, right? Very possible. At the very least, they were advanced and they were whatever. Some of them are power mad, but they've always used the astrology stuff. If you look at history, you can pinpoint, oh, that's when the age of Aries started. That's when the age of Pisces started. I don't mean years, I mean events. You can see it, and you can see society shift to match. The age of Pisces. Symbol is two fish tied together. What does that symbol evoke in your mind? There's a saying, if you tie two birds together, though they have four wings, they cannot fly. What happens if you tie two fish together? Similar idea. There's a duality there. Well, the last 2,000 years have been the age of duality if I've ever seen it, and not in the good way. It's been a separation from God, from divinity. It's been an enslavement. It's like one fish and the other fish are tied together. They're bonded to each other. Every time there's an age, that age can go the good guy way or the bad guy way. When it goes the good guy way, whatever the energy of that age is, you get the better side of it. So if the age of Pisces had gone the right way, it would have been an age of cooperation. It would have been an age of duality in that cooperative sense. Age of Aquarius can be an outpouring of love or hate. You bring up empathy, Freighter. The interesting thing about empathy is, depending upon your definition of it, it's either a tremendous strength or it could be a weakness, yes. I often explain to people, I don't have empathy, but I have sensitivity. So the way I define it, empathy is when you internalize the feelings of others and make them your own. So you see somebody else and you go, they're hurting, now I'm hurting. And because you're hurting, you identify with that person, you want to help them or something. That's what they mean by empathy. And you're right. They see that as a weakness. Now, I have sensitivity. I sense what you're feeling. I sense it like radar. Like, it's really hard to hide even through text. Like, I've read people in the chat, and I've picked up on their intended meanings and things spookily, and I've done it. I do it in person a lot. I've made people cry during readings because I don't even need the car. I just, And how'd that make you feel? So I read people like an open book, probably because when I was younger, I went through a lot of crap. So I became hypersensitive to people's emotions and intentions because I had to know when the next bit of pain was coming. So I got really good at reading people. So I'm very sensitive. But empathy wise, not so much. Not zero though. Like, I have a little bit, but it's not like, if I see somebody getting brutally murdered and I hear them screaming and stuff, like if I watch like snuff videos or news or whatever, like that I feel. Like, I remember when the beheadings started in the Gulf War and they started releasing those videos, and I was like, hey, let me watch this. I can tell. Oh, and I felt I empathized, especially like some of those things, like when they're cutting his throat, you can hear the scream coming out of the, like you can hear, and you realize that's somebody with a family and a life, and it's like, oh, and that hurt. I felt that. But I also, there's times where it doesn't work that way. There are times when that's actually a pleasure. I have to tell you, there are times when that's a pleasure. Where that sympathy turns into, yeah, good, fuck you, hope it hurt. You know what I mean? I see somebody who's like a pedo or something getting it, then yeah, all right. You missed a spot. I think there's still some blood in his leg you could get to come out. You know? Yeah, that's right, Alpha. I mean, we call it Atlantis. We don't know what it was called. We don't know if it was Lemuria Atlantis or if they were the same thing or separate things. We don't know. We know Atlantis as a city. We know that. And we know that there was a vast civilization. We know. Academics don't know. We know it. We can feel it. The things I could tell you guys about past life memories and shit that I thought was bullshit, but symbolically seems to be 100% real. You can ask my wife. I've sat here with my wife watching these shows about this, predicting what they're going to say next, because it's literally stuff that I used to talk about when I was a kid before I ever heard of this crap. Like, I was 13 talking about stuff that was in the Sumerian myths that I didn't know. I actually described, as a little kid, I channeled a description of reality that was basically some form of Gnostic Neoplatonic Kabbalah. And I hadn't read a damn thing on this. I was 13, dude. I didn't know anything about magic or occult or anything at the time. All I knew was what you know from liking martial arts movies with, you know, a little bit of Zen shit in it and Christianity. That's all I knew. I didn't know I was describing literally emanationism, monads, divine sparks. I had no fucking clue. I was describing literally the book of Enoch at one point, almost fucking line for line. Not literally, but figuratively. I was 13, 14 doing this. I didn't even know those things existed. And then my friends, we copied the shit down. And then some of my friends went and researched things like, did you ever hear of this? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah, apparently this is a thing. Oh. Didn't really dawn on me till recently how scary that is. Like, it's like proof after proof after proof not to disregard the things that I am experiencing. And the better part of my life, I did. And that was stupid. It's always 7 sages, Freighter. And you know partially why. It has a lot to do with the Pleiades. You know, 7 sisters, 7 sages, 7 this, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. It's always 7 of that. 7 planets, 7 guides, 7 guardians, 7 this, 7 that, 7 gods. Echo, 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 echo. Look up the, I think it was Randall Carlson, did a great video about Halloween. And if you haven't seen that, you need to. Watch that video about Halloween. Your eyes will open wide. This is what I mean about the Great Awakening, guys, and the great outpouring. It's happening. And we've got to make sure that it goes the right way. Maybe, you know, let's be honest. It is possible that there is no conflict with the hidden masters. It is possible that all of this is by design so that humanity basically has a choice. Be free or be slaves forever. And if you want to be free, well, this will be making it so you will be. Because what's happening right now, if it is not stopped, means slavery forever and ever and ever. If it is stopped, it probably means freedom, at least for millennia. Think about it. We're about to have AI. We're about to have all these things. We're about to have... If we expose in the next 3 to 10 years the New World Order to a large enough degree, civilization will never forget for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? If it gets uncovered that there's a cabal of people who depopulate or are trying to depopulate the planet, did all these things for hundreds, if not thousands of years, do you think that that's not going to make ripples in our civilization that are going to last thousands of years? You think Jesus was a big deal? This will be a Jesus moment. You guys chose to incarnate in basically the next year 0. Do you know that? I don't think you know that. There's a very good chance that you chose to incarnate now because it's the next year zero. Think about that. Think about what that means. You might have chose to be here to be part of it or to watch it, but you're here. It almost doesn't matter what you do. Pass or fail, you're watching it. I have a joke where I say, like, if people don't get it this time, they have to repeat the age of Pisces again in the next universe. You want to move into the age of Aquarius, you better have learned your lesson from the age of Pisces. No, you chose to incarnate now to watch or participate in what's going on. If you're not watching and you're not participating, no wonder you're miserable. You know what? Instead of being miserable about it, you should rejoice that you're here to watch it and participate in it. And if you don't, I mean, that's me talking to myself too, by the way, because I got to start doing that more. You chose to be here. If you believe any of the things I'm saying, or you know them to be true the way I know them to be true, then you know you chose to be here. It is your will that you are here. And you know what's going to happen. You don't know as a person, but you know as a soul what's going to happen. Your soul knows what's coming. And you may have chosen to be here to watch it go off a cliff, or you might be here to watch it go, the new heaven and earth arrive. This is either going to be the return of the golden city or the destruction of the city once and for all. This is the time of revelation. Like, I get annoyed when, like, Christians try to be like, this is revelation, because they interpret revelation literally. They interpret it as their Christian, you know, mega churches tell them it's going to be. But the symbolism of Revelation is meaningful, and it is playing out. You know, the whole mark of the beast, that's the digital currency thing. No, it's not going to be literal. It's going to be very similar. Like, I don't think you're going to actually have something. Maybe you will. Maybe they will be like, oh, it's a tattoo or something on your hand. I don't know. But yeah, it will be the mark of the beast, the equivalent. You won't be able to buy or sell without their mark. If that's not digital currency, I don't know what is. I don't know how much more of a mark you can be talking about. What's the mark of the beast? What is the beast? 666. That doesn't mean the mark of the sun. I mean, it could be. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. That's carbon. Mark of carbon. 666 means material, material, material in ancient Greek. Because 6 was a word that kind of meant the way it was pronounced. It meant something to do with either greed or something like that. The mark of the beast. One a.m. Just see me start wrapping up. Oh my God, is it that late? Oh, guys, I should go. You know me. I get going and I can't stop. That's an ADHD trait I just learned, by the way. Yeah, we're really bad at time management. Guys, I appreciate you so much. There wasn't nary a single chat, super chat. Patchy didn't show up. I guess that's why. But that's fine. It's probably for the best. I don't want one now. So if you got one, don't send me one. But I appreciate everybody's comments and questions. Everybody else understanding what I have to say and not getting offended. I like the fact that you guys are open-minded. And I appreciate all you guys who showed up to listen to me rant and rave about dumb shit. And if you agree with me, great. And if you don't agree with me, that's great too. Just be nice about it. And, you know, in that platonic way, I love y'all. Y'all are cool. Even the ones that are stupid, I think you're cool too. So, and I don't really know any stupid ones, so. But I'm just feeling like a long goodbye. All right. Thank you, Atropa. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Freighter, for the great comments. You know your stuff. Thank you, Ninurta. You know your stuff like a motherfucker. And anybody else I missed, DK, Black and Schlager, all y'all guys. I don't know if you're still here, but whoever's still here, which isn't probably many. No, it's still 24 people. What the hell? Damn. 24 people listening to me at 3 in the morning? What the hell's wrong with you people? You must have nothing to do on a Thursday. But I don't claim to know everything, but I claim to be able to see the weather, at least that far in advance. So hold on to your butts. All right, guys, we will talk next week, almost definitely. Until next time, mind the motherfucking shadows.